treasure through fever days, flipping his relics for silver and pride, while faithful friends were cast aside. He called for the chains, for the mute, for the break, for every voice he could make the world take. But the halls grew loud with a thunderous call, and neighbors stood shoulder to shoulder in fall. No crown for the man who feeds on fear, no feast for the one who poisons the year. He dragged his name through mud and fire, then found the bridge burned by his own desire. False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. Now the masks come off in the war drum rain, and the liar hears his own name break. No throne survives when the people sing. No fraud outlives the dawn we False flagger burn, your banners turn to ash. False flagger learn, and the crowd has joined at last. Greed in your hands and envy in your eyes. False flagger fall when the whole world rises. In the glow of 100 screens, tactical Templar draws his steel. From thumbnail banners to comment beams, he calls the scattered to the wheel. Bite, 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 the banners rise from basement desks and kitchen floors. Writers, gamers, camera eyes, all answer now with iron roars. Hear the signal split the night, one shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight, every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand. design. Tactical Templar, break their scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gate, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Then came the quartering with the smear black crown, spinning his rot through the halls of the feed. He poured out doubt to drag us down and fed on panic like it was need. But the editor sharpened every frame. The streamer raised his painted blade. The podcaster lit up the name, and none of us flinched, none of us swayed. Hear the signal split the night. One shared vow, one burning thread. Every channel locks in tight. Every brave word raised instead. Tactical Templar, lead us on. Tactical Templar, bring the dawn. We stand as one, we hold the line. 1,000 voices, one design. Tactical Templar, break the scheme. Tactical Templar, forge the dream. No broken gates, no dark decree. The Creator's march, and all are free. Raise the shields of truth and craft. Hold the torches high and true. We are more than mock and draft. We are the tide he cannot do. Stone cold morning, sky like iron, hot like ash. Chains on every doorway, shadows where the brave men crashed. Blood red banners over fields of broken vows. Every whispered prayer feels lost inside the howling song. But in the garden, earth begins to shake. The darkest kingdom feels its perilous break. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, call our forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your wounds our death's undone. We live because you rose as one. Rose as one. 3-day silence, hell sings loud. It thinks it's won. Serpents feasting on the shame of what we've done. Then that boulder rolls like thunder from its track. Every curse we carried cracks and turns to burning wax. Angels shouting, steel wings scrape the sky. Hell's own citadels crumble as you Stone cold morning, sky like iron, hearts like ash, chains on every doorway, shadows where the brave men crashed. Blood red banners over fields of broken boughs. Every whispered prayer feels lost inside the howling sound. But in the garden, earth begins to shake. The darkest kingdom feels its pillars break. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your wounds our debts undone, we live because you rose as one. 3-day silence, hell sings loud, it thinks it's won. Serpents feasting on the shame of what we've done. Then that boulder rolls like thunder from its track. Every curse we carry cracks and turns to burning wax. Angels shouting, steel wings scrape the sky. Hell's own citadels crumble as you rise. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame. Oh yeah, call our forgotten names. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. By your blood our chains come loose, we live because you rose. You rose. I was marching with the dead, rust on soul and rust in head. You broke ranks and took my place, hammered nails, a traded fate. Every lash, every lie laid on you so I could rise from the pit and into light, clothed in armor made for fight. Rise, lion of the empty tomb, tear the veil and split the gloom. From the grave you ride in flame, calling my forgotten name. Sword of mercy crowned in scars, king who carries all our wars. Now we roar this battle hymn, you rose and dragged us out of He died. and demons roar. Veil is ripped from top to floor. Mercy marches through the door. On this crimson sky of Calvary, he drinks the cup, completes the plea. Every doubt, every lie falls away as he will die. Good Friday. Darkest battlefield, yet in his scars our spirits healed. Lion bound, slain as lamb, writes my name upon his last cry, echoes through the ages long. Graves awake, the night recoils, kingdom bought with holy spoil. Helm and shield, I lay them down at the foot of thorn rock crown. All my blame, all my pride, buried where my Savior died. On this crimson sky of Calvary, he breaks the chains and sets us free. Every wound, every tear, gathered, carried, counted here. Good Friday. Shadow veils the sun, but in that dark the war is won. Jesus Christ, lifted high, turns my grave into the Good Friday, stone and tree. There he hangs instead of me. Cross of sorrow, battle won by the dying of the black sun over Zion. Air tastes like iron and dust. 3 spears, 3 shadows, crowds crying, craving rust. Thunder stalks the hilltop, temple stones begin to shake. He stands crowned in thorns and silence, every breath the world at stake. Spit and taunts like arrows fly. He does not curse, he does not cry. Blood and water trace the wood. He whispers, this is for your good. On this crimson sky of Calvary, he bears the weight meant all for me. Every curse, every chain, every hidden secret stain. Good Friday, dark as any night, yet in his wound we see the light. Son of man, torn apart, drives the sword out from my heart. Nails like iron verdicts, hammered into living grace. Ropes torn, gamblers laughing, casting bones.
Brothers,
Thief beside
welcome back to the show. Let's go!
Earthquake in the unseen war. Angels weep and demons roar. Veil is ripped from top to floor. Mercy marches through the door. On this crimson sky of Calvary,
a Good Friday, even though it is a Tuesday. How is your pre-weekend going? Guys, it's pre-weekend. So not quite the weekend. We got 3 more days until the weekend. Guys, it's so good to see you again. Welcome back to the #1 most authentic content creator on the planet. Guys, there's nobody as authentic as me. There's nobody as right as I am. I'm always right. That's what they say. Everyone, even my haters, they're like, wow, he's always right. Whenever he covers a topic, he's so right. Man. I've been on a roll. I have been right on a whole wide number of issues, and that has caused a lot of people to seethe and rage and gnash their teeth and just be the most petty, petulant, pathetic human beings I've ever seen. Today, I've had people from South Africa, from Japan, from all these other countries come out, some of them even furries, to come and rage at me because I made a post talking about how antinatalism is bad. That the idea, the prospect, that you're going to live an empty, hedonistic lifestyle, that is sinful and wrong. They get mad. You point out the truth, and they get mad. They rage. But guys, never take one step back. Never take one step back. Do not allow these people to dictate the course and the narrative, because they live in a world of delusion, of absolute delusion. So, guys, we got a special show for you today. We're going to be talking about a whole wide variety of things. And I'm so unbelievably glad that you're here with me today. So, first and foremost, we need to talk about the Karmelo cope, the Carmelo Anthony coping. I mean, that just goes without saying, but, there's another clip going viral of, oh, guys, it was self-defense and just coping and lying and exaggerating and all that stuff. So we're going to be going over that. Also, we're going to be going over the UK's cultural enrichment problem. That's right. The UK is going through a series of very, very, very difficult issues wherein you have these murders that are taking place, and the police are coming down on the side of the victimizers in the name of social justice and progress. Well, you know what? We're going to call that out because we think that's wrong. We think that's wrong, and we don't want that to be okay. We want anyone who makes that part of their platform, who makes that part of what they put out there, we want their life to be as miserable as possible. That's what we want. So, we're also going to be talking about a very tragic story, but at the same time, unfortunately, it's got a lot of levity to it. And that would be a Canadian woman cop shooting a rabbi. Now, the main topic is not funny in and of itself, but the woman cop shooting an innocent civilian, this rabbi, we need to talk about that, because I think it's pretty crystal clear that women should not be police officers. I think it's pretty crystal clear that women should not be cops. They don't have the temperament for it. No, there should not ever be cops. Maybe behind a desk, but other than that, no, absolutely not. Anyway, guys, I'm so glad you're here today. Let me go over the basics for you. Let me just do the pre-flight. So, what you see on screen is the Templar support chest. That shows how much support that we've had over the past, I think the past couple days. Oh.
What kind of oranges is everyone having this weekend?
Well, first of all, thank you for the donation, Baked Buddhist. I appreciate that so very much. Not only did Baked Buddhist make a very funny comment about oranges because, the quartering, but at the same time, he showed the Templar support chest going up and the text-to-speech function. If you donate $5 and up on YouTube, your message will be read text-to-speech just like that. So, thank you very much, Baked Buddhist. That was a great comment, and it was also very, very helpful and perfectly timed. So, fantastic. Yeah, so if you want to support the channel, if you want your voice to be heard, that's the way that you can do it. Now, if you want to be part of the conversation, if you like a topic that we're covering, if you don't like a topic, if you agree or disagree, if you join the Discord, you can go into the waiting room, which is a voice chat, and at a certain point during the show, I will pull you up on stream, and you can say your piece. As long as it's within the terms of service, you can let me know what you think. And so, I do that as a way to keep in touch with the audience. Because if people don't like something, it's valuable feedback. It doesn't mean that you immediately cancel it, but you can curate things and change things a little bit. So we're going to be going over all that. And then, guys, we are going to be playing some Breath of the Wild to close out the show. Yeah, I have started playing games as a way to close out the show. Now, I understand video games is not for everyone, but I've had a blast doing it. I've just had so much fun. We've played Pragmata. We've played 007 First Light. And right now, we're currently playing The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild on Master Mode. That's right. It's been quite a challenge. But I've been up to the challenge. And so we've done really, really well. Joe over on Kick says, haven't got the time to watch today, but just wanted to drop by and say, you're awesome, Templar. Keep up the great work. Well, you know what? Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that so much. And, the support of people like you, it helps keep the show going. And I do my best. In the face of a broken world full of hedonists and degenerates and deviants and mentally ill people and freaks and malcontents and just some of the most putrid garbage people in the world, it sometimes is difficult. It really is. It's difficult when you see the lack of humanity. But we remain strong. That's right, crusading in Hyrule. Thank you. Thank you, Dark Oni. Yeah. But I have a video about Hassan today. Asmongold put out another video about Hassan. So if you don't know, we've been keeping up to date with that arc because Asmongold used to be rather soft on Hassan, meaning that when Hassan would do or say something, Asmongold would basically pretend like, oh, guys, I don't know about this. I don't know if he did this. But he's pretty much dropped that at this point. He goes in absolutely just devastatingly hard on Hassan, and he's been saying a lot of the things that I've been saying. Now, I'm not saying that he watches my show or, he writes down notes or anything from my videos, but at the same time, I'm seeing a lot of the things that I've said for a long time coming from Asmongold, and that is fantastic. I don't care who says it. I don't care for the credit. It's not about that. It's about the result. I don't care who it comes from. But when it comes from Asmon, it is devastating because of how insecure Hassan is in comparison to Asmongold and the size of Asmongold's audience. So I am absolutely here for that. I think that is tremendous. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. So we're just going to get into the first story today, and I'm just going to warn you, for most of you, I imagine that this story is probably going to make you very angry, okay? And the reason that this story is going to make you very angry will become insanely obvious in the next T-minus, 10 seconds when I start the video. Brothers, the UK has a major immigration problem. I'm not telling you anything that you don't already know. But there are so many people that want to downplay and deflect and distract and obfuscate from this topic because it's uncomfortable for them. If you are an Islamist, if you're a terrorist supporter like Hassan Piker or Mehdi Hassan, you want to ignore this because it makes your ideology and your cause look bad. If you are a white NIMBYist liberal from the UK, you want to ignore this because it doesn't feel good to talk about this. And really, the good is the good, man. You only want to talk about things that feel good. You only want to talk about things that make you feel like I'm such a virtuous person, even as you are ignoring an epidemic of Pakistani Muslims grooming and violating and sexually just devastating these underage girls. You still feel good if you pretend like you're for diversity. If you put out the empty platitudinal nonsense, you still feel good about yourself even as you're doing evil. And that really is the core of what these people have been about for a long time. Well, this story, I think, pretty much encapsulates the whole problem. So, I don't know if you guys have seen this story or not at this point, but I'm going to let you know. The family of an English woman brutally killed by a screwdriver wielding African asylum seeker was told by police to tone down their public statement. So basically, the police go to this family and they're like, you just lost your beloved family member. They were killed by somebody that should not have been in the country. A 65 IQ, low impulse control animal. The government let them in. They never should have been here in the first place. But here they were, and they committed this crime. But could you please tone down your response? Because we wouldn't want anyone to mistake you for racist, after all. We wouldn't want anyone to look at you and go, well, maybe you're a little bit bigoted. This creates racist in a way that I don't think that people really, truly, fully comprehend. I just don't. I don't think they get it. Because when you take somebody's family member, when that family member is dead, and the reason that that person was in the country, and they weren't supposed to be here, but the government said, we're going to let this person in here, and this absolute subhuman animal, we're talking like 65 IQ, a malformed, just completely divorced from civil society individual, this person kills your family member, and you're told, hey, could you tone it down a little bit? So we're going to be taking a look at this story because it's so ridiculous. And this is going to radicalize people in a major, major way. So let's take a look. Let's scroll down, okay? UK police told mother of daughter stabbed to death 23 times with a screwdriver by Rwandan asylum seeker to tone down statement to avoid anti-migrant violence. 27-year-old Rhiannon White was stabbed. Rhiannon White was stabbed 23 times with a screwdriver in October of 2024. Her killer, Dang Majek, was a Sudanese national and was later sentenced to 29 years in prison. 29 years. This person should have faced the death penalty. Karmelo Anthony should have faced the death penalty. 29 years. It says, police in the United Kingdom encouraged the family of a hotel worker who was murdered by an asylum seeker to moderate their public statement out of concern that the killing could trigger an anti-immigration protest. Okay, well, how about this? How about there should be an anti-immigration protest? How about the family should come out and speak the truth? That this animal, this subhuman animal, was allowed into the country by the government. The government that allowed them in then is trying to downplay their crimes because they want to avoid accountability and responsibility. Does that not seem insane to anyone else? Does that not seem mental? That you would ask somebody who just lost a family member to tone down whatever statement that they were going to make. It blows my mind. The audacity.
What we're trying to do is get it back into your nutrition,
Much for being here.
Hello, Libby. So good to be here.
I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is about this topic or not. It goes on for a bit. 27-year-old Rhiannon White was stabbed 23 times with a screwdriver. Her killer, Dang Majek, was a Sudanese national. Yeah, get these guys out of the country. The killing came just months after the Southport child murders. So another spring of murders, which sparked anti-migrant riots and demonstrations across parts of the UK. Oh, so this had happened before, and the police are like, hey, could you not talk about this? Could you just pretend that your family member didn't die and get stabbed? Could you do that for us, please? You need to find the police leadership and the police officers that did this, and you need to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. That's what you need to do. It is unreasonable and it is nonsensical that you would ask a grieving family to try to tone down their statement about their slain family member that was a migrant that wasn't supposed to be here. The government let them in because you had a bunch of pussified, far-left, delusional, evil people that put their personal preferences ahead of the safety of the nation. It says, did they tell us what to say? No. Did they guide us so it didn't look so aggressive? Maybe. I was aggressive. They toned it down, she said. They toned it down. So they took what she said and they changed it. Upon telling White's family that she would be taken off life support, officers removed migrants from the Park Inn Hotel. Those migrants were out within 2 hours. I think that's because the police feared violence. Well, you should. Like, do you understand? It is not normal to expect that somebody isn't going to react in an aggressive manner once you kill a member of their family. And don't get it twisted. We're not talking about somebody who murders somebody else and then maybe their family member gets murdered by police. Oh, then they have agreements. No. This is a situation where you have this guy come out and make this statement. You know, the police making the statement that was an altered version because they wanted to tone it down because they didn't want the anti-immigrant sentiment. Do you know how you get even stronger anti-immigrant sentiment? A story about the police seemingly defending the killer based on their race and immigration status. Funny Bones Gaming says, did you see Nick's video? Are you talking about Nick Fuentes? That's the only Nick that I would... That's the only Nick that I would know by chance. I don't know if you're talking about Nick Fuentes. But no, I haven't seen a Nick Fuentes video on this. Following the revelation that Mahek had arrived in the UK on a small boat just 3 months before the attack. He arrived on a small boat. So basically, yeah, he was part of a group of people that shouldn't have been here. Oh, Nick Shirley. No, I haven't seen Nick Shirley's video on that. Siobhan publicly accused Prime Minister Keir Starmer, by the way, former Prime Minister Keir Starmer, of having blood on his hands. Of course he does. The entire Labour Party does. It's not just Keir's. It's the whole mechanism. This is not normal, by the way. The entire Labour government has blood on their hands for what they have tried to promote over the last, I'd say, probably 20 years. These far-left socialist, communists, these radicals, they're responsible for this stuff because they allowed it to happen. They should have executed this guy and any migrant that was responsible for killing somebody in the UK. That person should be put to death. They're not even supposed to be here. It is not compassionate or merciful to show these people any empathy. The allegations that police pressure the family come after a shocking report about the UK's research, information and communications unit, which had been working to manage public relations to public reactions to multiculturalism within the UK. Multiculturalism within the UK. Multiculturalism is a cancer. It is not a strength. It is a weakness. You should have one culture, the American culture, or in this case, the culture of the English, the culture of the UK. You should not have multiculturalism and the way that they're talking about it. In multiple instances, the unit has been influencing public statements made by the families members of victims in racial cases across the country. You can see their fingerprints all over the statements released by the families. By the way, you need to find everyone who's ever worked for this. If you are part of the UK government, if you're part of Reform or Restore, you need to find everyone who's ever worked on this, and you need to prosecute them. You need to get other people to turn on other people. You need to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, and in some cases, you need to bring out capital punishment. You need to make a public spectacle of these people being executed for their crimes against the British people. Their treasonous behavior in favor of multiculturalism should not ever be tolerated in any degree. Says you can see the fingerprints all over. They usually have a similar tone. Yeah. Okay, so that's it. That's the article. And yeah, this woman lost her life because a person that wasn't supposed to be in the country was allowed in.
I've dealt with them. Westerners can't comprehend they are opportunistic. Not making them afraid is perceived as the inability to do so by them.
Thank you for the donation, Enrique. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think there are a lot of people that put their head in the sand. There are a lot of people that want to ignore it. Now, there are a variety of reasons for them, but they all come to the same result, which is that white British people who are native to the land, they get screwed over. And I can't say exactly what I would want to do with these people. But if you want to take your country back, you need to start by finding these people, using your vote to vote in the people that you know will go after these people. And you need to make it a campaign platform. And you need to go out and you need to knock on as many doors as you can to get people involved. And you need to create a coalition in the UK that is unstoppable, that the media is not going to be able to smear or besmirch. You're going to need to go out there and you're going to need to canvass for this cause. And bring so many people that they're not going to be able to cheat the election. They're not going to be able to do anything without just showing their hand too much. And then when you get in power, you need to use every power at your disposal to crush these people, to root them out wherever they're hiding, the infestation of these far leftists. You need to persecute them, prosecute them. There needs to be a page in the history books about the Great Cleansing, where you went through and found all of these leftists that have been involved in betraying the British people, selling them out. You need to have a page, at least, about how you went and you prosecuted these people in a Nuremberg-style trial, and you rooted them out, and you took their assets, you took their wealth, you prosecuted their families. You need to be as brutal to these people as possible, because the harm that they've done to your young children and the harm that they've done to your country is so unspeakably evil that doing anything less would be an insult to the people that have been brutalized and victimized. You need to take a stand and say, you know what? We are going to go after these far left freaks. Oh, and by the way, we're going to be deporting a lot of people. We're going to be deporting a lot of people. And that includes denaturalizing and deporting people like Piers Morgan. People like Piers Morgan who said that they would sell out their own country for a bowl of curry. You guys remember that? Do you remember when Piers Morgan said he would sell out his fellow countrymen for a bowl of curry? That he didn't think that Britain in the 1940s and 50s was all that good. It's so much better now. The people that actually had a backbone and fought against the Nazis, no, they're not as good as the people today. He has no reason for that other than food. Food. You fat fuck. Anyway, that's going to do it. I want to thank you for watching. I hope the UK gets his country back. I know the new Prime Minister is looking pretty bad, but you just keep putting pressure. Do not let up for a second, and do not let them distract you into thinking the problem was Keir Starmer. The problem is Labour. The problem is the far left. You need a right-wing government, a far right-wing government that is going to deport these people and get your country back on track. That's what you need. You need to stop letting them vilify the term far right, because the far left is so much worse. It's so much worse. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Okay. Let me get that up online. Give me 1 second. As enrichment problem. All right, got that. Jenny says, are hot dogs sandwiches or tacos? Well, they're not tacos. I think hot dogs are their own thing. But they'd be more closely related to a sandwich. They would. They'd be more closely related to a sandwich. Okay. Yeah, people, by the way, are not happy with. They are really not happy with Valve right now. Let me double check something real quick. Let me double check. I think. Okay. All right. I need to find something. Okay. We'll talk about Antifa. We'll talk about Antifa right now. Guys, I got a great story about Antifa. You guys are going to like this. You guys are going to like this. This is extremely funny. Oh my gosh. Okay, we'll watch that one later, but for now, see, certified. The hot dog, so Enrique says, certified Mexican. The hot dog is not a taco. The bread would make it a torta, aka a sandwich. Interesting. Tell me his appeal has been rejected. So we have an interesting story about Antifa that we need to go over. Oh. Wow. Okay. All right. Okay, we got it. I got some good news for you guys. You guys are going to like this story. You are really going to like this story. Brothers, this story was promised to me 3,000 years ago. We have to talk about the Antifa terrorists that attacked an ICE facility being prosecuted and charged for hundreds of years. Oh gosh, this is one of the best stories that I've covered in a while because it has such a happy ending. So, a group of Antifa terrorists were just sentenced to hundreds of years in prison after a violent attack on an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas. Hundreds of years. Oh, mwah. More of this, please. Chef's kiss. Absolutely amazing. Throw these people in a cell and forget they even had a key.
Lieutenant. 8 defendants convicted in the Prairieland ICE Detention Center attack case will be sentenced today in federal court in Fort Worth. So far, only 3 have learned their fates. Benjamin Song was sentenced to 100 years in prison. Cameron Arnold and Zachary Evans were both sentenced to 50 years. It comes more than 3 months after a federal jury found the group guilty following a 12-
Yes! Woo! 100 years before the mast. 100 years before the mast. That's right. 100 years, 50 years. These are some good sentences. That's a good start. That's a good start. Get these freaks in jail. And you know what I would do? I'm not going to go too far into this because I've talked about it on my show before. I would introduce forced labor into the American prison system the way that they have it in South Korea and a lot of countries where you don't just rot in a jail cell. We put you to work. And what I would do is I would have corporations be able to bid on inmates working. So you'd have like this section, you'd section the prisoners out into blocks of people, and these corporations could bid on it, and some of the money would go to the prisoners, about 25%, 70%, or 70 to 75% would go to the prison and the state and pay, the people, essentially. They would pay for the cost of the prison, and they would do a service for the American people. They would repay their debt to society by working, making components for phones and other things that are needed. They'd be put to work, they'd be taught a skill, and then when they got out, they may have a potential job waiting for them at one of these companies. I'm just saying, it's a win-win-win all the way around. That's what I would do. 50 years, these people can go to work. And you know what? If they, in 30 years, 35 years, they've done great work. Maybe they get out a little bit early if they've proven themselves. That's what I'm saying. You need to work smart, not hard. You need to, forget about, it's not fair. Well, you know what? What they did wasn't fair. This is justice.
12-day trial stemming from an incident last July 4th outside the detention center in Alvarado. 8 defendants were convicted of charges including rioting, providing material support to terrorists, and explosives-related offenses. Benjamin Song was also convicted of attempted murder in the shooting of an Alvarado police lieutenant.
Oh, gosh. Yeah. Send these people away forever.
The others face possible sentences ranging from 10 years to life. 8 defendants convicted.
Good. Get these people out of here. Let's see. Leader of Antifa cell members in North Texas sentenced to 100 years in prison before the mast for terrorist attack on ICE facility. 7 additional defendants also sentenced before the 1-year anniversary of the attack to a combined 450 years in prison. $450 years in prison. You love it. You love to see it. And look at these people. Organizing for attack. Insurrectionary anarchy. That's what this says. Look at these freaks. Look at these absolute freaks. Get them a hammer and have them turning big rocks into small rocks. Unbelievable. Texas, base Texas, this should be the law of the land. This should be the way that everyone is treated when they attack one of these ICE facilities. This is how the system should work. If you attack an ICE facility, you're going to jail for 50 to 100 years. I love it. I am all in favor of that. Oh, by the way, guys, I just wanted to add this in here. This guy, Mehdi Hassan, is one of the most evil, dishonest, bad actors acting in bad faith. This malevolent cur is somebody that is out here defending the terrorists. Protesters accused of Antifa ties. What do you mean accused? Insane sentences. Same people who protested at 5 to 10 years sentences for January 6 rioters will say nothing about this. Oh, the hypocrisy. Authoritarianism for thee, but not me. These people had their day in court. They were obviously guilty. They killed a cop. January 6ers did not kill a cop. They did not. All the lies from the media side, no, they didn't. By the way, this guy, Mehdi Hassan, should be deported. There is zero reason why we have to put up with freaks like this in our country. We don't. The Trump administration could and should deport this person. He should be banned from X because this guy, it's not about free speech. These people want to weaponize free speech because they want to be able to basically promote terrorism and violence unopposed. These people are not looking to have a good faith conversation. They want to radicalize people to commit violence, and then when they do, they want to defend them. It's despicable. And honestly, I hope that Elon, I hope he eventually starts banning some of these people. Because Mehdi Hassan and these other terrorist supporters, they deserve it. This guy is just pure evil. This is a guy that called the 250,000 underage white British girls, and by the way, that's a conservative estimate, basically pretended that they didn't exist, called the whole thing bullshit, because this guy is a rape defender. He's a violence defender. Anything that has to do with promoting violent radical Islam, this guy will defend it. Doesn't matter what it is. I think that's wrong. I think that's just incomprehensibly foul. That is so disgusting, and you want to be against that with every fiber of your being. Anyway, this clown aside, all of these people are going to jail for a long, long time, and you know what? Fantastic. Fantastic. These people are an embarrassment to their family. They're traitors to their country. Every single one of them, honestly, should face that 100-year sentence. Like, as far as I'm concerned, get rid of all of these people. Any one of these Antifa people that are out there throwing rocks at ICE or killing cops or are engaging in that sort of stuff, throw them away forever. Like, they can work. They can work in the salt mines for the rest of their life for all I care. When you attack cops like that, as part of this radical militant organization that actually hurts people, get them the fuck out. I genuinely, get them out. And look at this. Look at just leader of North Texas Antifa. So it's an Asian guy, of course. I mean, who would have saw that coming? I wonder if this guy has a connection to the CCP.
BRO when libertarian/right-wing people took over federal buildings during the Bundy Ranch thing. Obama pew-pewed them. What Mehdi talking about?
Yeah, no. See, Mehdi Hassan doesn't know that, or if he does, he doesn't care. Because he has no duty of care for the things that he says. Mehdi Hassan is a radical Islamist propagandist. He doesn't care about the reality of that. He doesn't care about any of that. Yes, Jenny A says, that's a guy. Yes. Twilight Town says, I'm currently waiting for my background investigation and polygraph and will soon hopefully become a custom agent. Awesome. I like to help contribute the country I love and enforce immigration laws. Brother, that's awesome. You know, if you... My advice to you is when you get out there, do everything by the book, because they're going to try to come after you. These far left terrorist supporters, these anti-American freaks, they're going to come after you if you're part of the Customs and Border Patrol or you're part of ICE. They're going to try to come after you, but stay safe, brother. And you're doing God's work. You're getting these people out of the country where they're not supposed to be here. And a lot of them are not just committing crimes. This is the one thing about immigration that people on the left are just genuinely too stupid to understand, is that there is a massively negative effect from importing a bunch of people. Now, you could talk about the cultural impact, but just the sheer volume of humanity. You have people that are not like us. They don't act like us. They don't think like us. And on top of that, they are a drain on the system. These people on the left, you have to understand, these are the most low IQ, one-dimensional thinkers that you've ever seen. They genuinely can't think 15 minutes in front of themselves. They go, why can't we have free healthcare? Well, the reason you can't have free healthcare is because you've had an open borders policy. You can't have open borders and free healthcare. It doesn't work like that. These two things are mutually exclusive. Either you can have low cost or free healthcare in a set population, or you can just let people come into the country. Now, they also don't want to talk about the burden on just about everything. The burden on the economy, where you have these people that come in and they work for these much lower wages, which affects the poorest among us that are looking for those jobs. So the poorest amongst the natives of the United States, which are white, black, and Hispanic working class people, people trying to just make their way. Now they're competing. Now they're competing with people that are willing to work lower, for lower wages. Twilight Towns with the $2 donation. Thanks, man. I believe God will keep me safe. Absolutely, brother. Great job. Great work. We love to hear that. We absolutely love to hear that. Great job. Great work. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. And Creatine Christian says no one has free healthcare. That's true. No one has free healthcare. They say free healthcare, but basically it's subsidized healthcare, where you have the American taxpayers or the taxpayers in a country that are paying the cost. And usually that does mean a decline in service, as we know from, people in Europe, where the waits are absolutely astronomical if you need something serious. And we've heard about, Canada. Canada's solution is we're just going to kill people. Like, basically, if you're past the age of 50, well, you've already lived your life. Might as well kill yourself. We'll help you do it. Basically, it's pretty dire in some cases. I think we could do a better job, personally, but yeah, it's absolutely true. It's not free. Nothing is free. But looking at these people going to jail, I hope that there's more of these. I hope that there's so much more of these. I hope all of these people go to jail for a nice, long time. Benjamin Song, or whatever his name is, I hope he's singing a song in prison. Anyway, that's going to do it for this video, guys. Great news. Great news. These people are going away for a long time. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Okay. $450 years. Very nice. And as always, thank you guys for the donations. Thank you for the support. You guys know how much I appreciate your contributions. I've been noticing you've been saying Canadian wing. Canadian wrong. Canadian. Canadian. That's a funny joke. You've been saying Canada. It's Canadian. That's Canindia. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. It's not Canada, it's Canindia. That's great. Thank you, Ginny. I appreciate that. Let's see. Government lost $2.5 trillion in the last 10 years to fraud. Says they don't deserve another dollar. No, you're right. You're right. There has been a ton of money that was lost to fraud. And yeah, I think that they absolutely should do something about that. They should do something about that by finding the people that committed the fraud, taking all their assets, throwing them in jail, finding the politicians that helped facilitate that, seizing their assets, throwing them in jail, find out who funded those politicians to be elected, the Soroses, take all of their assets, seize every single dime that they have, track down money, overseas or whatever, every asset, every estate, track it down, freeze it, take it for the government, sell it to the American people, basically throw these guys in a black site forever. And yeah, that seems to be the way it should go for the crimes that these people have committed against the American people and really the world. I mean, if we're being honest, they've done some pretty terrible things. So, let's see. All right, what are we covering next? What should we cover next? Oh. Okay. Anyone see Dong P. Bongwater's latest AI video? No, I like Dong P. Bongwater though. He's cool. Yeah, he's a friend of the channel. Dude's been super cool with me. Yeah, guy's awesome. All right, guys. This is going to be a brief one. It's going to be a brief one. We're going to do a mini excursion. Brothers, welcome back to the brief excursion. We are going to be going over a story that, honestly, it's far too common at this point. You have a father and son arrested in Florida for a road rage shooting. 14 shots were fired, 1 killed, 3 injured. This is just insane. It's absolutely ridiculous. Best week. Oh man, Jeremy Prime, D-Day Cobra coming out. Best we can do is blame white supremacy. Yeah, listen. I'm just going to be perfectly honest here, okay? I'm going to be perfectly honest. And, oh, wow. Thank you so much. Creatine Christian just gifted 1 membership over on YouTube. That is insanely generous. And Enrique was gifted a membership. Awesome. Thank you so much. That's incredible. Thank you. I appreciate your generosity so much. But, I don't even know what to say. Thank you. Thank you, my friend. Well, D-Day Cobra is correct. In trying to get back into the story, D-Day Cobra is correct. What we're seeing here is a pattern of behavior, and human beings are pattern recognition machines. Now, what I want to say is something that will be deemed as controversial, but it's not. It's stating reality. That you can look at overall numbers, and in some cases, white people commit more crimes than black people. But if you look at their percentage of a particular town, particular state, particular country, it becomes very clear that per capita does play a large role, meaning that despite being, 14% of the population, you guys have heard it before. But the reason that's important is because if you were to basically say these people are proportionally the same in terms of percentage, if you were to make sure that they were the same in terms of percentage, then, the crime would be astronomically more, and that leads to be a problem. So, you see what I'm saying? It's an issue here. And it's one that's uncomfortable, but it's one that you absolutely must be honest about. You must be honest about this topic. And anyone who's not honest about this, you are going to doom yourself. You are going to doom yourself to basically be burdened with living in a system where you are a slave. You're living in a system where you are going to be a slave to, basically political correctness, DEI, social pressuring. You're going to basically be in the UK. And I would like very much for people not to have to live through that. We should be able to be honest. We should demand more from our citizens and the citizens of the country. And when somebody commits a crime, those people should be called out uniformly. The reason why it's different with black people is because there's always a fight involved. When you want to call out somebody for committing a crime, you got to go, well, I got to say it in this way or they're going to call me a racist. For me, I don't give a shit. I'm not interested in your labels because your labels mean nothing. I don't care what makes you boo because I've seen what makes you cheer. I've seen what makes the black community cheer. Karmelo Anthony, Michael Brown, George Floyd. Every single one of them was a detriment to the human race, and we're all better off with him gone. Everyone is. The black community, white community, everyone's better with them gone. But the black community lionizes these animals, these absolute detriments of the human species, and then it becomes a fight and a chore, and it's a headache to do the basic right thing. And that's why everyone looks at this and they go, oh gosh, again? What do you mean you pull the gun, you shot 14 times, you kill one person, injured 3? But I think we should get to a point where we can come together and we can recognize that this sort of thing, it needs to be opposed and rejected by everyone vociferously. Not based on tribal grounds, but simply because it's the right thing to do. Simply because it's the right thing to do. Anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. See you next time. I think Shield was in Yellow Flash or Neurotic stream a week ago and told to cool it so the stream would not get pulled by YouTube. I suspended Shield for about 10 minutes. Yeah, I've warned that guy over and over. You can't be spamming the N-word in chat. They will come after you. They will absolutely come after you. And I will ban anyone. Yeah, you can't do that. You can't do that because people will screenshot that. Like, they will use any opportunity to go after you, and they'll make up a narrative. So, I mean, it puts my channel at risk in a number of different ways. Am I really offended by it? Do I care about it? No, not really. But the fact is that we live in an optics-based, online community. And if that sort of thing is just floating there, somebody will screenshot that. And I don't want that. And I don't want, YouTube may get me for that. So no, I've warned that guy multiple times. If you can't control yourself, I'm just going to put you in a timeout. That's it. He's not banned permanently, but he is in a timeout. If you really feel the need to say an N-word, say Nevrons. Nevrons is the word that Asmongold says and is perfectly fine. You say Nevron. Because it's not a slur. It's just a made-up word. Neighbors. Watermelon felon, oh boy. Road rage. Road rage duo. Anyway, I really want to thank I really want to thank Creatine Christian. I want to thank you, brother, for your gifted sub. I'm always humbled by people who donate to the channel. You guys know how much I appreciate it. I don't take anything for granted over here. Yes, every donation, every cent, I say thank you because I am grateful. I'm grateful for everything that I'm given. I realize it's not by my works or my ability. It is God. It is God and his many blessings. So I'm grateful for every donation, everything that I get. It means more to me than you can know, the fact that you have so many options in this world to spend your money. Everyone is vying for your money. And the fact that you would choose my little channel to spend it is humbling in a huge way. So I just want to make that known. I want to make that perfectly clear. I will always thank people who give of themselves to my channel. So, thank you. Thank you very much, my friends. Okay. Give me 1 second. Okay. Brothers, Asmongold has been going after Hassan Piker in a big way over the last couple days, and I am absolutely here for it. It is so fascinating to see Asmongold finally be saying the things that I've been saying for years when it comes to Hassan. Because the reality is that there was a point in time where Asmongold didn't really want to talk about Hassan at all. He wanted to downplay some of his more aggressive and radical elements, but now that's completely done. Asmongold has been doing multiple videos going hard on Hassan because I think Asmongold finally realizes that Hassan is an anti-American terrorist supporter. He is somebody that will promote and endorse any kind of evil as long as that evil is advocating radical Islamic values. So I am here for it, and we're going to watch a video. We watched a video yesterday. We're going to watch a new video where Asmongold comes out and just basically, once again, lays out a song. And he does it in such a direct and cutting way. We're going to watch it. You know, I'm all for this. I think this is great. I wish Asmon would do this more. So anyway, without further ado, let's give this a watch.
Let me go and pull this up. Because Hassan did talk about the rape gangs. I'm surprised.
I haven't heard Hassan's take. Oh, I can only imagine what it is. Can I make a guess? It's going to be one of two things. One, he's either going to deny the whole thing entirely and say it's ridiculous, it's right-wing talking points, or he's going to say the number isn't as much as that, or basically he's going to try to compare it to Israel or white supremacy. He's going to do anything he can to deflect and downplay from the reality of that. If Hassan, listen, I will eat my words. If Hassan comes out, I haven't heard this. If he comes out and goes, guys, this is absolutely horrible and disgusting. These girls didn't deserve this. We need to investigate this more. This inquiry report should just be the start. We need to come together. Asmongold, myself, Tactical Templar, all of us need to come together to condemn this because this is a huge problem and it is absolutely gross. We care about Epstein. We care about these young girls. We want to get to the bottom of it. And I, Hassan Piker, I was going to add another title there, but I'll just say, I, Hassan Piker, 100% am committed to exposing this, and I am going to read the entire inquiry report on my channel and give my take on it, and we're going to go through it line by line. What are the odds of that? 0? I think I would have a better chance of winning the lottery, but, guys, who knows? Oh, I'm on pins and needles what Hassan Piker's response is going to be.
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist.
Okay, what's your response? Because so far, yeah, that has been your stance.
You good?
Oh, that's so cringe.
Yo, bro.
By the way, watch his face. Watch what he does.
Apologist.
You see, he looked over.
You good, bro?
He looked over to make sure that his hand was on the correct amount, on the correct button. And I also want to say that, you know, really, I think he self-reports every single time that he uses his soundboard because the behavior and the movement that he makes is identical to the movement that he made whenever Kaya appeared to be shocked on his stream. It is the exact one for one. Does the exact same thing.
And, you know, somebody called out Hassan for Yeah, it seems pretty odd that you have this report come out. It's a big deal. Shows this major problem, and Hassan has been silent on it. I mean, silent when he's not, silent when he's not trying to discredit it. Funny Bone Gaming says, watching this vid does not make you look better. You know that, right? It doesn't make you look better. Better in comparison to what? What point are you trying to make? Watching this vid doesn't make you look better. I don't care about looking better. This is a video that is going to be talking about Hassan Piker addressing a very, very serious issue. We should be watching this. You should be watching more of this. Doesn't matter how it makes me look. What sort of low IQ egotistical shit is that? No, I'm watching this because it's the right thing. It's the right thing to do. Sometimes, I mean, just some people, I don't recognize this guy's name, but some people just come in and they're so fucking stupid. I mean, just so dumb. And I don't get it. I don't know why you would embarrass yourself by making a statement like that. Like, it makes me look, it doesn't make me look good. Like that's the most important thing on a topic where white British girls were victimized and brutalized, and you don't think I'm going to talk about it? Where this guy who has a major platform is downplaying or ignoring it? Get the fuck out of here.
It's just interesting, isn't it?
I swear to God, these guys are like, they're bots, right? They get their new talking points, and then immediately they're off to the fucking races. Very normal.
Doesn't address it, by the way. Just completely ignores it. Oh, they're bots. Oh, they're pre-programmed bots. They got the talking points. Is what this person's saying true or not? It seems to me to be true. Now, if you can counter that, it'd be interesting.
Normal thing to type on a Twitch chat on a Sunday evening? Yeah.
As opposed to supporting terrorists, which is totally, very normal, right?
Go ahead. Speak out against rape gangs. I have, and will continue to do so.
When?
Oh, do it.
Yeah, when?
Do it.
Know,
you've not done
Epstein pedophilia rape gang for a...
Of course. You don't actually care about it. You don't actually give a shit. You just use this as political capital. This is a political vehicle to you. You don't care if the girls are getting raped or not.
No, no, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. He doesn't give a shit. And honestly, this is why people despise Hassan Piker. Because everything to him is some political calculation. Some political analysis in his head. Oh, well, does this help my political cause or not? Hassan, there are young girls that are being brutalized, and you could not give a shit less. You don't care. You genuinely don't care. You want to pretend these girls don't exist, ignore their existence, and try to go after people that do care and do believe what happened here and understand the problem is very real. You want to go after them, but you don't want to address it. Oh, I care. I've talked about this. No, you have not. The only reason that you pretended to care about Epstein was because, well, you thought it was negative about Trump. But now when it's negative about your cause, now when the truth is that it's negative about your cause, now you're radio silent. Or you're downplaying, deflecting, obfuscating. Asmongold is absolutely right to crucify you on this.
You don't give a shit. You care about who's doing the raping. Is it people that it's politically advantageous for me to say a rapist? Oh, it is? Oh, well, then they did it. For sure. Definitely. It's a huge problem. Everybody should be talking about this. How convenient.
Yeah.
Example.
What an evil piece of garbage. Genuinely. He makes this sort of calculation. Like, these crimes that have been reported are horrific. They're horrific. But Asmongold cares. Hassan doesn't.
Is one of the primary rape gangs I speak out against. Or...
By the way, the Epstein rape gang was very bad. Thousands of victims. And actually, they said, so according to...
Hundreds of victims, I think.
The, like whatever, Department of Defense or, FBI or whatever, they said there were approximately 1,500 to 2,000 victims of Epstein.
Okay, yeah. So, like, 2,000 victims. That's horrible. That's horrible. Absolutely disgusting. This problem is a million times worse. Not in terms of like number over number, but the number is 250,000 plus. So more than likely it's higher than that. Much higher than that. And then you combine that with the fact that the government was trying to silence and downplay this entire event for years. You have victims saying, well, I went to the police and they told me that I was asking for it. Yeah, the 11-year-old was asking for it. From 3 guys. Get the fuck out of here.
And this is also not like, I mean, compare that to the, 250,000 that were the victims in just the UK, right? I mean, it's literally like 1 versus 1,000. And probably more, right? It's 1,000 versus 250K. Oh, gee, yeah, exactly. So there's really no comparison between these two things. And also the fact is that like Epstein is a bad actor that we got rid of, and that's it. The worst thing is a systematic allowance of this behavior. That's what makes it even worse.
Outside of that, I consistently have criticized the nation state of Israel for having a pro-rape January 6th.
One of the things that you guys need to remember is that Hamas never rapes anybody. Nobody ever gets raped in places like Pakistan or in Gaza or in Palestine. It's only Israel that rapes people. This is something that nobody knows except for Hassan. That's why he has to talk about it all the time, is so people remember.
I bet he's from Naperville. No, I think this guy is. I think this guy might be a Euroid. Dude, that's crazy. I can't believe this is a real person.
A Euroid. Oh my God, that's a new one.
We were just talking about this last night. If you remember, go ahead, do a reading of the UK rape gangs, buddy. I've covered the supposed like Muslim rape gangs controversies.
You see, he immediately poisons the well, instantly poisons the well. I've covered the supposed, and then he goes on to create extra qualifying terms to make it seem more ridiculous. You're immediately trying to poison a well. It's obvious what you're doing, and everybody knows it.
Since like 2013, okay?
You were talking about it since 2013. Why? Whenever you were saying, what was it? Old enough to count, old enough to mount. Does that count as you talking about it? Because that was the only time that I heard you saying anything about this prior to this. Never heard him talking about this at all.
Not a new phenomena.
Not good. It's gross. Yeah, I wouldn't
just
say
because
that.
Rupert Lowe recently rehashed the old school.
Rehash the old school. This is more minimizing, right? This is more dishonest language that's being applied in order to avoid having anybody criticize, your ethnic group that you believe that you're a part of.
You're denying it again? No, I'm not. Are there Pakistani people who have committed rape on British soil? Yes.
Okay.
The primary perpetrators are still white men, but you won't talk about.
Well, they said, according to the thing, it actually said that 87%, 84% had Islamic names and they were from Pakistan. It was somewhere around there. So actually, that's not true. And even if the majority were white, what happens if, like, let's say 30% of them were Pakistani? Well, if Pakistani Muslims are only 6% of the population and they're represented at 30% of this behavior, that's 5 times more likely than what their counterparts would be. So I think that even if you use this reasoning and you look at not only are you wrong on like just a numerical basis, you're wrong on that basis, number one, but on top of that, you would even be wrong on a per capita basis, even if you were technically right.
That shit, because you.
I mean, listen, I always have to try to keep my cool when dealing with Hassan because he's so just malevolently dishonest. He's such a genuine bad actor acting in bad faith. And I know that a lot of people, they go, well, you just hate Hassan, and then they fill in the reason. No, if Hassan were a normal liberal, like he just had some bad opinions from time to time, but he was overall an American, I would not have the same vitriol that I have for him. It's not about him being Turkish. It's not about any of that. It's about the fact that this guy is a terrorist supporter. He supports terrorism. This guy looks at everything from the calculated lens of, does this benefit me politically? Yes or no? Not is this right, not is this wrong, but does this service me politically? And he does it in the most grotesque way imaginable. No duty of care. No thought put into, is this right or wrong? This is a guy that will wave a gun around and dox people on stream and dox the wrong people. He won't apologize for it. Does it again. He doxed 2 people while waving his gun. Both of them were wrong. All because his feelings were hurt and he thought he has to show force. He has to pick up a gun and wave it around. A gun that he probably hasn't fired. You know, I have a feeling he's sort of like the quartering in that way, that he hasn't really fired a gun, but he waves it around on stream and threatens people and tries to dox them, tries to find their information. This guy is all around a violent, dangerous, radical, creepy, degenerate freak. And you know what? I'm glad that other people are finally starting to understand just how gross this guy is. I'm here for it.
You don't give a fuck about rape. You only want to turn it into some sort of racialized, some sort of like race-based
The projection is unbelievable.
crime.
Yeah, it is a race-based crime in some cases. Whenever they're saying that they're rape.
Yeah, when 95% of the people who are committing the crime are Pakistani Muslim men, yes, that is a race-based crime. When they're calling the white girls kuffar and they're saying that they're worth less than Muslim girls, and so you can defile and violate the white girls, but you can't do that to the Muslim girls, yes, that is 100% a race-based crime.
Raping these girls because of their skin color and because of their religion, that makes it a race-based crime. That's correct. Yes. I think that we all know that we have rapists in every country. I just think that the idea is you shouldn't import more of them. It's pretty simple.
What am I denying? Am I denying that, you know, Pakistani men or other migrants have done rapes on British soil? I'm not denying that. I'm denying the idea.
You're denying the scale of it. You're denying the coordination. You're denying these victims that have come forward to tell you and tell us and tell everyone about how they tried to go to the police and the police told them you asked for it because they didn't want to deal with these gangs. You don't want to deal with the reality that the police and the government in the UK is more interested in your Islamist-based race identity group politics than actually getting justice for the victims. That's what you don't want to talk about. You don't want to deal with the fact that not only is this an ongoing problem, but the government was complicit because they shared your race-based identity group bullshit. And you know what? That needs to end. And thankfully, Asmongold and myself and other people are talking about it. But it's on. You are actively defending the people committing the crime because, what, they look like you, they sound like you, you feel a kinship with them? I don't know. But it's very weird when this report comes out and the first thing out of your cunt mouth is, oh, no, this is bullshit. And Mehdi Hassan, same thing. To deny it, downplay it, distract from it. Oh, I don't deny that some of these happen. Maybe like 1 or 2. 250,000 plus. The 250,000 is the conservative estimate. It's likely much more. Over the past 70 years, this has been an ongoing issue. So yes, you are absolutely defending these monsters because you look at this and you go, well, this doesn't serve me politically. This isn't as useful as Epstein, which I'm pretending to care about because I can go after Trump. I can use Epstein because he's white and he went after a whole bunch of other people. I can use him to go after Destiny and Trump and Asmongold. You called Asmongold an Epstein defender, which is ironic because somebody said the same thing about you with this case and you dismissed it out of hand. No, that's just ridiculous talking points. It's so unbelievably ridiculous.
Idea that it's just Muslims that are raping.
I think there are white people that do it too.
Nobody said just. These Muslims should not be in the UK. Therefore, None of these should happen. These people should not be there. So, in addition to having to deal with the problems that exist already, now you have this foreign influence. You have a problem on top of a problem. And the difference is, the new problem, these people that were dealing with the old problem are terrified of even mentioning. So now you have another problem on top of that problem. Everyone wants nonces to go to jail. People that sexualize children, they want them to go to jail. Son, you don't. Let's just be honest. Because you believe in child marriage. Because you believe in Islam's ability to marry children. You do. You believe in child marriage. So maybe for you, that's where the differentiation is. I don't think child marriage is good. I don't want to see child marriage. I want to see marriage between two consenting adults. Whereas your faith, your religion, and, yeah, you're a terrible Muslim, you're still part of that tradition and part of that faith. They allow for child marriages, cousin marriages. These are things we don't want.
But there is a massive overrepresentation of certain demographic groups that are doing bad things. And it's true here in America, too. And the idea of, well, we have to be equal and we can't be racist and we can never look at demographic trends at all. Like, I'm sorry, but like whenever you have Asian Americans and Black Americans are 20 times more likely to commit a murder than an Asian person is, you have to ask yourself what's going on there. You do. And this is the same thing with the rape gangs in the UK. Do you think it's Japanese people doing this? How many Japanese people are doing this versus how many people from Pakistan are doing this? And until you want to confront these uncomfortable truths and look at the reasons why they're happening, you just really are trying to lie to people because you don't want to look at reality. You don't want to look at what's actually happening. And that's the problem. Like, obviously, like, and this is more, well, this isn't really true, and it minimizes, disqualifies it. Yeah. And it's also very obviously, like, he's deliberately misusing and misunderstanding statistics and probability. Yes, exactly. And there's also the other huge component to this, too, is that everybody agrees that, like, whenever a white person is a rapist, that they should be obviously, like, they should be hung on a tree. Like, that's what I think. You rape an 11-year-old girl, you're on the tree, you're under the guillotine tomorrow morning, right? That's it. It's over. And so, like, it's really simple to me. But the problem is that whenever you have somebody like Henry Novak, right, or Novak, and he was killed by a Sikh, right, not a Muslim, but a Sikh, and then you have his mother and his family that are crying and screaming racism when this person, like his Vikram Digwa, I think that was the name of the murderer, killed him with a knife, right? That person, that's the problem, is it's not just the fact that people are committing the crimes. We all would be accepting and understanding that people commit crimes. This is normal. The problem is that you have an entire community and a, sub-community apparatus that protects them and insulates them from accountability.
True.
That's the big problem. And this even extends into the government. So the issue isn't even necessarily, like, it obviously is, profoundly the rapes, but beyond that, the ones that really, the reason why it is so upsetting and so, angering for people is the fact that it was ignored by the government because of accusations of racism. And number two, that it was concealed and insulated by the community that knew it was happening. And
more than that, that the government somehow, they sometimes and somehow facilitated this. You guys remember the story about the girl that was brought back to her victimizers? And the cop said, have fun. Have fun with her.
Let it happen. Those are the reasons why people are really mad. That's the actual reason.
White British women in the way that was presented, and that this has something to do with Islam. Yeah, I will. We speak out against this. The Muslim community's covered it up, and the cops covered it up too. Yes, woke cops that are pro-Islam. You're right.
It's not that they're pro-Islam. It's that they don't want to have. They don't want.
But Hassan is so dishonest about this. It is obvious. It is so unbelievably obvious that you would have to be a radical, dishonest ideologue to downplay or pretend that this problem doesn't exist, even on this level. So we're not even at the violations anymore. Now we're down to, oh guys, yeah, right, these cops are downplaying the issue. Yes, Hassan, you haven't actually read the inquiry report. There were many of these cases where they went to the police and the police told them no. Hassan, we reacted to a story where a Christian cop was fired. He was fired and blacklisted because there were some outside DEI consultants who came in there to do Muslim and Islam propaganda. They said, hey, if you guys have a question, ask me. The Christian cop asked him a question about Gaza. Perfectly reasonable question. And 2 days later, that guy was fired. And they put this Christian on a blacklist. They had to settle it. There is obviously a bias here because you have people that are terrified of being called a racist. It may not even be that they're pro-Islam, but when their actions and behaviors are to that end, it doesn't matter whether they're actively pro-Islam or not. The behavior in the end, the result is the same. They are discriminating against and prosecuting Christians in the police force, firing them, putting them on a blacklist because of their beliefs. Now, this guy was able to sue, and he did get his name off of that list, and he did get a settlement, but they still haven't brought him back. They still haven't rehired him. And the guy was married, and he had kids. Seemed like a great guy. To pretend that not even that can be conceded to. That is why people despise you, because you're not just dishonest at one level, you're dishonest at every level. And we have to fight just to get the most basic facts when the evidence is there. But because you're an ideologue, you try to reshape and recontextualize everything, and it is a chore. And you're wrong, and you know you're wrong. So we're basically arguing against somebody that knows that they're wrong, knows that they're immoral, knows that they're a freak, knows that they're a creep, but is willing to defend it because they think that they are in a position where they have to. You think that you're in a position where you have to defend the cause rather than just saying what is right. And so on, if you started to say things that were right, morally and intellectually, rather than this propaganda, equation, a lot of people may not hate you as much. But you have people like Hassan, you have people like Asmongold and me and Destiny agreeing on you when I could not disagree with Destiny more on a lot of different topics. But I agree with Destiny when it comes to you.
Want to get accused of racism. They don't want to do, and they were even trained to do this. They're trained to do this in order to treat minority groups differently than they would treat a native British person. So that's really it. And so Hassan was right. Keir Starmer wouldn't have resigned. Yes, exactly. You probably noticed this, but Hassan is saying commit rapes in Britain, not commit British women. Yeah, I guess, right?
Rupert Lowe's report has no factual, has some real instances and then a whole deal of inaccuracies.
How do you know that?
Okay.
How do you know that?
But you don't give a fuck. You don't give a fuck about the 87% of the
Hassan, Asmongold and I are the only two people that should be allowed to talk on this topic with any sort of expertise. And do you want to know why? Asmongold read the entire inquiry report on his channel. I read the entire inquiry report on my channel. We went through the whole thing. For me, it was 6.5 hours. We went through the whole thing. You haven't. You've gotten buzzwords and bullet points from people like Mehdi Hassan.
Perps in the inquiry were Muslim. Does that, okay. Great question for you. Okay. Do you think those are all the rapes?
No, I think it's even worse. Yeah, I think it's even worse, actually. Because you have to think about the girls that killed themselves, too. I bet it's probably... What if, you know what, Hassan's right. What if it's only 80%?
Yeah. No, Hassan wants you to believe that, no, it's really 5%. No. Asmongold is right. You didn't take into account the girls that didn't tell anyone. They just ended their own life because they had nobody backing them up. They went to the police turned them away, and they ended up taking their life. We know that is a possibility because a couple of the stories have these women ending their own life. And by the way, 87% is the conservative estimate. 95% was the estimate that they actually gave.
Then we'd look pretty stupid, wouldn't we? I mean, look, only 80% of them are from Pakistan. It's only 80%, not 87%, you idiot. It's only 80.
Do you think that this inquiry specifically wanted to make it seem like only Muslims are doing rapes?
Yeah, he does the quotations. No, what he's talking about, Hassan, is these people are Muslim. They come from Muslim countries, but they're migrants. These are people that should not even be here. So they're identifying the problem. These people should not be in the UK. They shouldn't be allowed to be there. They should not have been allowed in. It's not their country. Never has. Never will be. Never should be, rather. They're calling it out. They're saying, this is wrong. It shouldn't be there. And someone's like, well, are you just saying that all Muslims do this? No, Hassan, that is your inferiority and insecurity where you can't talk about this issue honestly and openly. Nobody is saying all. Nobody is saying all, but too many. Too many problems from people that shouldn't even be there. They all have to go back. Every single one of those migrants should have to go back. Every single one. Send them all back. But that's not fair. It's not fair to the young girls that were brutalized. They were victimized. The ones that you don't care about, Hassan, because you don't give a shit because they're white. They're white, and it's not convenient for you. And you'd much rather talk about Epstein because politically, that's more advantageous for you. So you're trying to downplay it and ignore it. You're trying to downplay the actual real-world suffering of these girls because you genuinely don't care. You don't care about what they went through.
It's on British soil.
Well,
also,
I mean, if it's 87%, only would imply that there was other people besides the 87% because there's a 100% number and 87 isn't all of them. So you would logically assume that there would be more than that.
Oh,
Duh.
you say Foyd slop.
It is. It was. No,
you say shit
it,
like
it
Foyd
was.
slop. You don't give a
Do you really think that saying Foyd slop is the same as defending rape gangs? Do you think that saying Foyd slop or something about Foyds, this is the same as raping women on an industrial scale across an entire country when you have an entire community that's like basically insulating it and a government that's refusing to prosecute it? This is the same thing? Using that word? Like, this is insane.
Fuck. You want to be the guy who's doing the rapes, it seems.
You know...
Like,
He's the rapist? Wait, what? Do you know who else did this? The guys in Bricks and Minifigs. Remember that? They went and they said the same exact thing. They said, oh no, you stole the Legos. You stole the Legos. No. And by the way, him saying that my laugh was fake. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me with this? Oh my God.
you say shit like Foyd slop. You don't give a fuck. You want to be the guy who's doing the rapes, it seems.
He wants to be a rapist? Oh my God.
Like, what do you mean?
What?
Am I supposed to sit here and act like a guy who says, oh, these women are whores, they're doing this is classic Foyd slop, sincerely cares about sexual assaults? Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do. I think we absolutely do. I think that it's totally okay to say some women are hoes and they act like hoes and they're annoying and they have dumb opinions, but we don't want to have them get raped. That's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, duh, of course. I mean, everybody knows that. Anyway, I think that he made one more thing about me, and then we'll
Hello, Muslim rape gang apologist.
Well, that's about right. You're trying to downplay it. And do you remember what I said before about how Hassan will always downplay and always try to muddy the waters whenever it is bad behavior that's being done by that group? And then this is another one. Okay, this is me on Israel. Here we go. Let's watch this, and then we're going to move on. We got some other stuff to look at, too. Those aren't exclusive. Yes, exactly. Every single time. It's so weird. He's downplaying it. He's 100% trying to downplay it. And this is the thing that I feel like a lot of the women, because there's a lot of women that watch Hassan, right? And, you know, he takes, I don't know how a hairy Turkish man has the biggest feminine energy on the entire website. I don't know how this has happened, but somehow it has. And so there's a lot of women that watch him. I think, you know, he's a good looking guy. And on top of that, like he thinks like a woman a lot of times. He does. Thinks like a chick. And so I think that they watch him and they're like, yeah, that's so true. You're so right. You know, and that's it. And so that's it. I feel very disappointed. And this is the problem, is that he will make excuses for you getting raped as long as it's being done by somebody who he can use politically to his advantage. And I think that's really disgusting. It's very disgusting to do that. Who would do that?
Speaking of as a goy, I want to show you another one.
Many of these.
I want to show you another take. Asmongold begs his chat to stop criticizing Israel and claims it's a distraction from Trump's amazing presidency.
By the way, this is, again, him signal boosting another account that basically engages in harassment, misunderstanding, and borderline defamation about me all of the time in an attempt to create negative sentiment about me online and to potentially get me banned. Hassan, I think, probably works with this account. I have no idea. I would never accuse him of this, but I think it's very likely he works with this account to coordinate other forms of misrepresentations of myself in order to push this narrative. They literally, it's in his name. So remember when he said, like, oh, nobody does this, like my community doesn't do this? You're doing it right now. These people are actual goyim, and you've been convinced that Israel is your biggest enemy while you side with other people that want to ethnically and demographically replace you in a different way, and you think that they're on their side. That's right. That's what's happening to you, and you're being played for a fucking fool. You've been poison pilled. And do you know why? It's because you're winning. It's because you're winning astronomically. You're completely destroying every one of their designs. You have totally removed the idea of, genital mutilation for children because they've been psyoped by their parents to think that they're the opposite gender.
Yeah, this was a real thing that was happening all the time. I'm glad that it's been destroyed.
If it wasn't a real thing that wasn't happening all the time, then why wouldn't it just be easy for you to condemn it and say that it's bad and then say nobody should do it?
Checkmate.
Why not?
Because he knows he's full of shit. See, again, this is another one of those calculations where Hassan is looking at this, and instead of just being honest, instead of just being transparent and forthright, he has to play these political games. He's got to play this, oh, well, if I pretend that this isn't real, well, then people are going to believe it. Hassan, nobody believes you. You have done irreparable damage to your credibility over this sort of behavior. And if I could give any advice to you, it would be knock this shit off. Not that you would ever be smart enough to listen to it, but the behavior that you perform on stream, it is to your own detriment every time. You are your own worst enemy, and you have no ability to analyze it and come back with something that is more productive for yourself. Like, genuinely, Hassan, you may be one of the worst people I've seen online. Your audience is a toxic, rabid, mentally ill group of vicious idiots that are vile. They support terrorism and all of this barbarism. And you know what? We're at a point now where we're done with that. We need to start cracking down on that. Because we do want to live in a civil society, and we can't do that when we've got animals that are going around tweeting makeshift shotguns that assassinated somebody from another country towards a sitting U.S. Senator, Hassan. We don't want to use violent rhetoric like you should kill Rick Scott. We don't want that. What we want is we want a civil society where we can talk about these issues and not everything is an uphill battle just to get to the basic foundation of the truth.
You can't make an argument to triviality and not have it immediately reversed on yourself. You're right that a lot of people were not, and there's
400K black Africans were sold as slaves to North America. 14 million were sold within Africa to other blacks. Whites have nothing to be guilty about.
You know, I think slavery in the U.S. was bad. But one of the things that they lie about when they talk about slavery in the West is what you're talking about. The percentage of people in the U.S. that owned slaves was about 1 to 2%. 1 to 2% of people in the U.S. owned slaves. It wasn't like slaves were some sort of, like appliance. Where it's like, oh yeah, the new toaster came out. Oh, let's go and let's look to get a slave. No, most people didn't own slaves. 99% of people in America did not own slaves, which is why it's ridiculous to treat this country as though, well, this country was founded on slavery. No, it was not. This country was founded on white European Christian ethics and principles that are the bedrock of our continually thriving, despite the communism, despite the far left, the enduring country. Like, despite all the bad shit, all the corrupt and incompetent politicians, we are still one of the best countries in the world because of the white European Christian ethic that was born and bred into the foundational documents of this country. So no, this country was not born off of the back of slavery. Slavery was something that had existed long before the United States. And you know what? What you should be saying is, man, I'm so proud to be part of one of the only nations, one of the few that put an end to slavery. Because guess how many slaves and indentured servants there are today? 50 million.
There's a spectrum of this. Very few kids were given gender transition surgery, but more of them were given gender transition hormones or hormone blockers. And even more of them beyond that were allowed to socially transition with help of a school, a medical professional, and also the parents. I view all three of these as problematic, but the third one obviously is the worst. So if you actually don't think this is happening and it's not a big deal, then why wouldn't you just immediately say, yeah, it's really bad and I don't support it? It's because you want people to basically assume that your takes on these these social issues are accurate, and then you hold all the class issues behind that. You can't say that the social issues don't matter if you will never compromise on the social issues. Jijian just got arrested. I'll look at that after this.
Yeah.
Remind me.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy now? Yes.
Has Twitch changed its policy to allow white supremacy? I don't know. Has Twitch changed its policy to allow rape apology? To promote raping white women? Did they change their policy for that? Uh-huh.
Okay, sure.
How about terrorism promotion?
It costs a fucking arm and a leg to keep up with your groceries and keep up with your bills, but you're winning.
Yeah.
Why are you winning? Because we're owning the libtards. Okay? Also, it's perfectly cool and normal and valid to have to sign a document that says you will never disavow the beautiful nation state of Israel if you want to keep your job. It's good. I love signing loyalty pledges to Israel so I can be a school teacher in the state of Texas. Why would you ever say that that's strange?
That's totally fine. I don't agree with that either. This has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. All I recognize is that just because you don't like Israel, that doesn't put you on my side. There are a lot of different groups of people that don't like Jews and don't like Israel. The Houthis don't like Israel. Does that mean the Houthis are on my side? Of course not. That's my point.
Excuse me? What are you, an anti-Semite? Why would you talk about that? What?
I just want to keep this in mind. The conversation started with Hassan Piker obfuscating and deflecting and downplaying a very serious and very alarming and very concerning report from the UK. We are now talking about Israel. You notice that? We were talking about this very serious problem where these white British girls who were underage were violated by these Pakistani Muslim men. Where are we now in the conversation? We've teleported. We've instant transmissioned to the other side, to the other side of the globe. Now we are in Israel. How do we get here? It's like, it's like Hassan has this superpower. You could be talking about dogs pooping in, the middle of Central Park in New York. And all of a sudden, now you're in Israel. It's like, this has nothing to do with Israel. This has to do with you, Hassan, being called out because yet again, you have a morally indefensible position. Your position is morally indefensible. You are downplaying these serious crimes because it's inconvenient for you. Because you are an Islamist. You are a terrorist supporter. Oh, I think Hezbollah and the Houthis are great. I think Hamas is great. Yeah, you are a terrorist supporter. You downplay the rape of white British girls. And you know what? We don't like that. We don't want that. We think that that is gross. And when I say we, I'm speaking for Asmongold on this and myself and pretty much everyone in the Western world with a functioning brain and a soul. No, it's not good what happened to these girls. Stop downplaying it. Address it with the importance it's due. Why don't you read the entire report on your stream the way that I did and the way that Asmon did? Because you're a coward.
Just stop talking about Israel, please.
Stay focused, because
there's never been a moment in my life where I have maintained this position that like TV shows are woke now, so that means it's good, and that means we're fucking winning. As a matter of fact, during peak woke, many people might...
I would say that you enable the people that do it, and you represent the people that do it. You absolutely do. You are absolutely an enabler of the woke bullying squads, the forced bullshit in these shows, and also, like, if you are not saying anything even against them, and you are finding yourself on the same side as them, and you're voting for them and advocating for them, you're basically supporting it.
Not have known this about me. I routinely railed against the quote-unquote SJW messaging campaigns that hyper-focused on television shows. And I said that this was a byproduct of being powerless and recognizing your powerlessness, which is why you were choosing to have some semblance of control and some way of feeling as though you have, as though there is an avenue where people are responsive, an institution is being responsive to your needs. And it was usually during, it was just Hollywood, right? And I kept explaining to people that this was silly, and a lot of people would get mad at me for that. And I was like, no, the real power comes from actual political organizing, labor militancy, being able to claw back some of your...
Social messaging absolutely matters, and you know that. That's the reason why you try to involve yourself and involve other people. So this is the reason, and the way that you know that this isn't accurate, is that Hassan has he said on multiple times, that he wants to collaborate with other people and other streamers in order to normalize his language and his ideology in the eyes of other people. So this is what he said. He's openly just simply stated this. And so because of that, I think that that's an indicator that you clearly understand the power of media and the idea of soft and subliminal messaging and basically creating a narrative and a hyper reality where people believe certain things and how that hyper reality will manifest into actual reality. And that's the reason why you do it.
Your own productive output that you are responsible for, having some autonomy in the workplace, or getting your wishes across to politicians. That
every single thing that he just said isn't possible in China and Cuba, and he gasses them up all the time. That's the reason why Hassan doesn't actually care about these issues, is that he's willing to compromise these issues all of the time whenever it's with his favorite communist dictatorship. So the one issue that he will never compromise, though, is the support of Islamic terrorism. China supports Iran, and I think also Cuba does too, to an extent. I think didn't Cuba attack Israel, for example? That is the one core of his ideology. That is the one main thing that he cares about more than anything else. And the reason and the way that you can tell that is the fact that that is the one thing that he will never compromise. He will never compromise any level of negative criticism or negativity around Islamic terrorists. That is the core of his ideology, and all of the class politics and everything else is simply a vehicle to advance that core ideology.
Is real political power. All this other stuff is bullshit. Meant as a distraction to make you feel like you are, actually accomplishing something. Asmongold is now doing the other side of that. It's the reverse SJW. It's the anti-woke SJWs, the injustice, the social injustice warriors. Okay, from the social justice warriors to the social injustice
We got it
warriors.
the first time.
That's precisely what Asmongold's
goals
goals are
We
here.
get it. So Hassan's a bad person. He's always defending rapists and terrorists, pushing for it to happen. I don't know how much of this he really even believes, honestly. It's hard to say.
Focus on television shows that are now anti-woke. That's idiotic.
That's not how.
Okay, well, if it's idiotic, then just let it go. If you actually think that it's not a big deal and you actually think that it doesn't matter, then just let it go. But you don't want to let it go because you act like these culture war issues are a distraction, but you will never compromise on them.
Hormones work. That's not how they work. Yeah, I gotta find my 16-year-old wife.
What do you say?
You're going to go
cool,
out
man.
and virtue signal about how bad this is, but then also run defense for the rapist gangs that are doing it to girls that are 11 or want a 9-year-old wife. In Iran, they have 9-year-old wives, but you're going to go out there and talk about how Nick's saying this is bad. This is a double standard. Obviously, wanting to marry underage girls is bad categorically. If you can't draw a distinction between that, then that's your problem.
Well, Asmon Dad watched me.
Hey, listen, is that all you're going to show from Hassan?
No, I just haven't gotten around to it. Okay. Okay. All right, okay.
I wouldn't say anything, but he shits on you all the time.
Yeah, I know.
I know you're non-confrontational.
I am.
I make up for it on the other end.
You sure do.
For confrontational. If they would only allow me to shoot everybody on the fucking...
All right, so guys, he really appreciates all of the kind words.
off the side.
Everybody, yep, all right.
Well, Asmon Dad watched me.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, these are the guys who are like Asmongold is not a particularly clever orator or a decent propagandist.
That's because I don't lie
he's
to
just
people.
like watery.
So the reason why I'm not good at that is because I choose not to be. I never lie to people ever. I always state what my intentions are in plain English, and I make what I believe immediately and profoundly clear. Hassan lies. So I don't like lying to people. I view it as kind of cheating. Because if you're lying to people, well, then you can just make people believe whatever they want. But the more difficult thing, in my opinion, is to tell people the truth and then get them to accept it anyway. Hassan just lies to people. Yeah, obviously, it's going to be easier for you to convince people whenever you tell them one thing and then do something else. Like, yeah, duh, of course. I never do that. I never lie.
Bring down shit that he sees on his Twitter timeline, right? He's just like basically rehashing tweets that
You're reading a tweet right now. You're literally on Twitter.
that he reads off of his timeline. He doesn't actually have.
You're on Twitter. You're
he
also
has right-wing opinions. Obviously,
you're on
that
Twitter.
much is clear.
Like,
But he doesn't have the capacity to push for these values on his own. All he can do is just like respond to stimuli. And that's the reason why he keeps going back and forth on the Israel stuff. Like one day he'll lean into anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
It's very simple, actually. I don't want Israel involved in our politics, but I also don't blame everything on Israel. And I view that the focus around Israel is created by left-wing people in order to divide the right. So they're united against, or they're divided with the issue of Israel, and they're fighting over Israel rather than fighting over demographic replacement, for example.
Yeah, I mean, they do this in so many different ways. Yeah, by the way, somebody in chat says, rip Asmon's dad. Yeah, agreed. Yeah. I mean, the fact that Hassan brings up Asmon's dad or Asmon's mom, it's a way to try to emotionally move and manipulate Asmongold to make him mad so that he says or does something that Hassan can use as a way to say, see, but really everything that Hassan does, everything that he does is meant to distract. Everything is a deflection. Everything is a projection. And you know what? People have had enough. They've had enough. They don't want to deal with Hassan's bullshit anymore.
I think that if Israel disappeared tomorrow and every Jew on the earth went to the moon, we would still have the same people pushing for the same ideologies and the same stuff. Hassan obviously isn't a Jew. I don't think he's from Israel. I'd be surprised if he was. That'd be quite a plot twist. But his ideology would remain. And so my argument is simply that, yes, Israel is a problem in America and their influence is a problem. But at the same time, it's not the only problem. And there are larger problems that exist that can be solved simultaneously. And anybody who positions themselves as against Israel does not mean that they are pro-America. That's my position. It's more nuanced than just one or the other.
and then the next day he'll be like, while I do genuinely appreciate people like Nick Fuentes for all the bold advocacy that they're doing that I agree with.
Yes.
Does Hassan not really realize Admond was hate watching because he's hilariously delusional?
Does he not realize that Asmund? I don't think he cares. I don't think he cares one bit. What he's trying to do is he's trying to emotionally compromise Asmongold, using his dad, using his mom, because he knows that, people are usually close to their mom, they're usually close to their dad, and that's a way that Asmongold can get out of actually dealing with the issue. If you genuinely come after somebody in that sort of way, well then you can get into like a, fisticuffs online. You can get into an insult back and forth. And in that case, Hassan is he's a subhuman lowlife. So he's going to win that battle because he will go lower than most people are willing to go. Like, most people don't wish violence upon Hassan. They just want Hassan to be arrested and deported, which I guess is a form of violence, but not really. It's just the government doing what it should do, which is to get out a foreign threat.
At the same time, we got to stop talking about this Israel stuff.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
And
this is something that's called having a different opinion. So Nick aligns with me on a lot of issues. He doesn't align with me on every issue. And even with some of the Israel things I agree with him on, I just think that they are less crucial than he does. Why would I make an enemy out of Nick, who I think is trying to help and save Western civilization, over a disagreement about a country that's on the other side of the world, whenever he agrees with me on all of these other topics? It's stupid. Why would I do that? Like, duh. They want you to take the bait because they want you to fight with each other rather than against them. That's it.
It's inconsistent. And as long as he keeps hitting the, fuck Hassan line, as long as he keeps saying, like, no, these wokes are actually ruining your life. Think about the culture war. Think about the culture war.
If the culture war didn't matter, then stop talking about it. Stop advocating for it and stop promoting people that advocate for it. But you won't do that because you know that it matters.
As long as he hits those lines, then it's fine.
The culture war and the people that are doing it provide insulation for his ideology. And that's the reason why he will never go against it. That's the reason why. And it's actually I support you. Isn't it wild that Nick says less racist stuff than Hassan? When has Nick ever advocated for SA for Arab girls? As far as I know, he hasn't. I have no idea. But anyway.
Yeah, so isn't it crazy that Hassan regularly says things that are worse than Nick Fuentes, and yet Hassan isn't banned from Twitch? Isn't that wild?
I know I talk about Hassan. Like, in my opinion, I think these topics are... oh, this is destiny. Look at this. Oh, wow.
Like a fight between Asmongold and Hassan, especially in this format, Asmongold will always win because Asmongold can engage with the facts more honestly than Hassan can. Hassan is like having to fight Asmongold on like 2 or 3 different levels here, where one, Hassan might legitimately be intellectually outpaced. I don't know. I don't actually know where this guy's mind is anymore in terms of like learning facts or anything.
Yeah, because he's lying.
Hassan is...
I would say that Asmongold is smarter. I would say, I would absolutely say Asmongold is more intelligent than Hassan.
Fighting on Twitch, which...
It's not saying much, though.
In terms of just the demographics of the audience are probably going to be more favorable towards Asmongold, we might guess. Like, tend to be more white, tend to be more first world, tend to be more, non-Muslim, Christian, whatever else. And then 3, Hassan is trying to do propaganda for everything. Hassan is no longer ever communicating on any factual basis. It's always this cringy, like, Marxist analysis. So Hassan is, like, on so many different levels trying to do this fight. Hassan is going to be supportive of, and he will downplay Muslim extremist violence in Europe. He will do that.
How about that?
Or Asmongold is going to have a view of like Western culture in some regards is superior to the culture from some of these places, which to some extent is a true statement. People,
it's in some ways.
But I mean, like, generally speaking, democratic regimes where the women have the right to go outside and not be, getting 72 lashes because they sing a song without their fucking burqas on or whatever. Like,
see, he saw that story. I know exactly. That was in Iran.
This is generally a better thing. But Hassan can never, ever, 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 ever acknowledge any of that because it would be acknowledging something good about the West.
He's so right. He's so right about me being right. This is so
He's
accurate.
So
He's so
about
right.
me being right.
I think that more. Are you validated enough? I think that more and more people are seeing this. Yeah, that's it. And wow, first time I've Dusty System actually based. I mean, again, like it's a matter of spectrum. You're going to have disagreements with everybody, but you know, with some people, you can see that these people are people that want the same general idea goal that you have versus other people who do not. Right?
Yeah, he's absolutely right.
And
Asmongold, great video. Thank you for continuing to call out Hassan Piker. I appreciate it, brother. Asmongold has been getting better and better going after Hassan, and it's just scathing. At this point, it's just absolutely scathing the way that he goes after Hassan. And it's a lot of the things that I've been saying for years. I've been saying it for a very long time. And you know what? I'm just glad that somebody is saying it. Because it needs to be said. So, W. Asmongold, based Asmongold. Thank you, Asmon. Appreciate it. That'll do it for this video. Thanks for watching. See you next time. All right, let's get that uploaded. Let me get this uploaded real quick. I'm always so overwhelmed by the wait, what happened? I'm always so overwhelmed by the general. Look at that. Look at the Templar support chest. We're up to $89 already. I don't even know what to say. That is crazy. That is absolutely crazy. Thank you guys for your support. I appreciate it. Doghead says, I just joined and misheard you and thought you had Skaven. Thought you said Skaven. Thought we had to talk about Warhammer. You know, we can always talk about Warhammer, but no, we're talking about Hassan, and you know, Hassan is genuinely awful. Okay. All right. So we're going to get that one done. Oh, the guy that shocked his dog? Oh, man, it's worse than that. It is worse than that.
Colombia has been officially freed from communism. So I have seen. So there's.
Let's go. Brothers, ever since the end of USAID, the communists and socialists have been dropping like flies in South America. It's been a wondrous thing to behold. And guys, we're going to talk about it today. You have seen the dismantling of socialism and communism in South America in a way that honestly, I didn't expect to see for a year. You couldn't have predicted it would come this fast. Well, it's coming fast and it's coming hard. That's what they say. Well, this is where we're at. So guys, strap yourselves in because communism has taken an absolute pounding.
Actually been a lot that's happened today. Like, I know usually I say that and like it's not really as true, but I think today it definitely is. So realizing that all 7 far-right candidates have won in Latin America since USAID was defunded. man. It's just a blowout. It is. A total blowout. Summer starting? You're goddamn right. It's a good day. There it is. I wonder why. It's because people are sick of living in a shithole. That's the reason why. And it's Bukele. He's the main reason why I think it's happening. And I think really this is what it was, is that, you know, whenever you see this guy that's able to do this, well, okay, well, why the fuck is nobody else able to do this? Why was nobody else able to do any of this stuff until then? Let me go and I'll pull this up and show you guys. Petro ran his mouth too much? I don't even think it's that. Yeah, Pinochet was an innovator. People didn't like him. And so far right, look at this guy. Far right millionaire Abelero de la Espida. I don't know how to say his name, okay? Like, I probably should I probably should be a little bit better at Spanish since I'm in Texas, but, you know, like, I'm not. And, yeah, okay, Abelero, this guy right here, Colombia's president, here we go, take a look at this. Colombia's president says Israel hacked the election.
No!
That's right. Oh, my God. Israel hacked the election.
Wow.
It's the Jews! It's the Jews! It's the Jews! Oh! It's a Goycope? It is! It's the, they're at it again!
Israel hacked the election, boys!
It's the Grabblers! Oh my God, it's the Jews again. It's just so ridiculous. And anyway,
that's so stupid.
Gustavo Petro, this is the current president of Colombia, has rejected the result, claiming the electoral software was compromised and that changes to the registry servers point to manipulation. His technical
Oh gosh. So of course, the socialists are blaming the Jews. Huh. Who would have thought? Who would have thought the socialists are blaming the Jews? You know? Oh man. You gotta admit, that's pretty funny. I mean, what a piece of garbage.
Flag E14 Forbes, the official tally sheet officials are supposed to sign, are going up unsigned. He wants those tables challenged on the spot. And then the big one. Petro says that Israel is behind the alleged breach and that he's calling for a full recount and a forensic audit of the system while urging calm and national dialogue. The catch is that he's shown no evidence. Sounds familiar? And it all lands right after his side lost. Trump-backed outsider, this is the same guy, Abelardo, edged Petro's chosen heir over, oh wow, so he beat him by like about 1%, denying him the second term. A leftist president crying foreign sabotage the moment the vote slips away, with nothing to back it. The audit he wants will either prove him right or bury him. I don't think he's even probably going to get the audit, and that's it. And so you can say here, this is really what's going on. It is scrutiny of the judges who's president. And you can, where's this guy? Petro Gustavo. Let me see if I can pull up his name. I think I follow him. I'm not sure if I do or not. Yeah, okay. All right, let's see what's going on here. All right, so President de Colombia, 2022. And this is the same data. Okay, so even though he got more votes, neither can be proclaimed president. That's right, guys. Listen, you don't understand. Nobody knows who won. Oh, the other guy got more votes? Well, maybe, right? I mean, like, that's what people are saying. We don't know this. So, what's up, Goy Chat? I guess so. And it's just, didn't he do the Hail Hitler or something? He did. And I warned the software, it's an expert audit of the Batista brothers software, and the registrar did not allow it. The worst president in history, Dr. Petro. Yeah, I guess this is, I'm sure this is a good meme if you're in Spain, right? Or Colombia, right? And speak Spanish. Oh my God. Make bitch, your man lost. Man, people are tired of the bullshit. They are tired of the bullshit. Good. Yep. God damn. Look at them all. These people are loving it. Nothing's on fire. Isn't it crazy how that happens? Wow.
You know what else is
so
crazy?
Nothing's on fire.
Look at the flags. The flags are not foreign flags. They're actually their country's flags.
Things getting vandalized. No catalytic converters are being stolen out of cars. The McDonald's in the background isn't being overrun by Nevrons. It's just that everybody has the same flag.
Yeah.
This is not, you don't see that all the time. There's no communism flags. Yep, that's right.
True.
Look at this. Wow. And you remember what Alinity said about Colombia? She said she liked playing Ark Raiders and didn't mind it because she said it was the same as living in Colombia. Because if you go outside, you have to expect to lose everything that you have.
Yeah.
Colombia is an extraction shooter video game in real life. And I think some people are tired of that. They are. They're tired. I don't blame them.
I'm tired.
Yeah. Wider than Paris? I mean, like, where do you think that, like, I mean, look, like, the guys from Spain are pretty much the same skin color as me, right? At least, like, half of them are. Like, yeah, that's the way it is. Like, where do you think these guys came from? And, you guess fucking Spaniards. That's what happens. Everyone's wearing the country's colors, too. Yeah, I mean, let's be real, guys. Oh, my God. It's whiter than Paris. Exactly. The worst president in history weeps, wallow in your filth. Translated from Spanish.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. These people are just shitting on him. Wow. And, Petra, oh, my God.
Yeah.
Get ready to share us. Translated from Spanish. Get ready to share a cell with Maduro. Oh my God. And there it is. Maybe, right? I mean, we might have to pack this guy up too. We'll have to see what happens. But yeah, he apparently is having a pretty bad time. And this is the guy that won right here. Colombia elects. Well, no, God damn it. We're having a little bit of lag here. Colombia elects anti-communist right-wing president. Do you remember what I said about it being the year of the Chud?
Yeah.
It's not the year of the Chud.
No?
It's the age of the Chud.
The age of the Chud.
It's all...
Oh, man. It's not Age of Empires, it's Age of Chudpires.
My grandpa plus dad fought communists as a gov soldiers in Mexico's dirty war. Grandpa would cheer when he saw Pinochet on the news. I'm so happy, RN.
Yeah. I mean, I imagine, like, look, I'll be honest. We love our Hispanic brothers and sisters. Don't get it mistaken. The leftist media tries to misrepresent that to divide us. No, we love our Hispanic brothers and sisters. It's the illegals that we don't like. The people that break the law to get in. And you know who else doesn't like the illegals? The Hispanics. The only people that pretend that, illegals and legal immigrants are the same are these racist leftists. But most other people, they're like, yeah, most other people in America, they don't support the leftist cabal and what they try to promote. These people are out here cheering for freedom and celebrating America. Yeah.
All coming back, bro. like girls in bikinis selling vacuum cleaners, girls in bikinis selling food, basically girls in bikinis. There's not going to be any homeless crackheads outside 7-Elevens anymore. There's not going to be institutionally designed failure for no reason. This is a new age. It is. It's a new age. Hooters is back. I don't even like Hooters, but like, yeah, I guess so. And Hooters stock on the rise. Yes, how's yesterday's post going? Which one? I don't even remember which one I did. And and if you look at, for example, somebody found me. Can somebody find me the image of this? I don't know really where it is, but like, there's an image of all the South American countries and how many of these countries have had right-wing, elections happen. Like, it's been massive. Colombia, and look at this here. This is California. So Colombia hand counted 99.8% of their 25 million ballots in under 3 hours. So just for a little bit of context here, California has like, what, 40 million people in it or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Like,
and they can't count.
Cali population. Cheaters. What is this? Let me just look it up. I think it's like 40 or 50 million. Like, I could be wrong. Okay, 40. Yeah, there you go. 40 million. It's pretty close. How about that? And so, anyway, yeah, so 40 million and, 50 million, including the illegal aliens. And so they can't count everything in 3 weeks. You guys understand that? So Colombia, this is a second world developing country. Colombia is not really a first world country. It should be. It definitely should be, but it's not. I'd say it's a developing country. Hopefully now that you have a new guy in there, it can be one. But this is a country, and they are inferior to Colombia. It's embarrassing. It's third? I don't think it's a third world country. I think it's a developing country. You can't compare a place like Colombia to something like even Peru. Peru's a lot worse. Obviously all of Africa minus Egypt maybe. And some places in Morocco are pretty nice, and, a handful of other places. But overall, I don't think it's a third world. But... South America, there's something called the Sao Paulo Forum. It's basically an organization of hundreds of socialist and anti-American political parties to push leftism for decades. True. Well, you know what? Maybe USAID going away was a little bit of a negative for that, right? Millionaire lawyer, look at that. Fuck it. This is the guy.
Woo!
Man.
Looks like Marco Rubio.
And also, by the way, here's another really important big thing. Rubio. How old is this guy? I bet he's probably like 40s or 50s, right? I mean, let me go and pull this up. Yeah, he's probably, I'd say like, what, 47? That's my guess is 47.
Young. He's 47. Wow. Good job, Asman. Okay, all right. Wrap it up, De Niro. Oh, yeah, I'm going to get it right. Yeah, okay, all right. We get it. Wrap it up. But, yeah, it's an amazing thing to watch. It's an amazing thing to watch. These South American countries are rejecting communism. They're rejecting socialism. Isn't that fantastic? You'll love to see it. We want to see more of it. Do you know?
You saw chat? I did not. And so, and by the way, did I see chat whenever I correctly predicted the Steam chart price? Do you remember that? Do you remember this? Remember I said it was $110? Remember that? This is the thing, is that I make all of my decisions with no evidence. Because I already have the best evidence that I could need, okay? Which is what I think. So here's the way I look at things. And also, by the way, how do you think I know this? Because I've been looking at Spanish and Hispanic guys for my whole fucking life, man. I know how old a guy like this is. Yeah, he's about 47. I know this because I've met probably 1,000 guys that look like this in my life. Like, I mean, it's not a surprise, man, at all. Gay? It's not gay. It's called going to the fucking tire shop. It's called going to the grocery store. There he is.
Gosh. That's pretty
There
gay.
he is right there. Yeah, it's not that crazy, all right? And Madam in bed, why don't you shut the fuck up, all right? And so anyway, hope he's not far right, like Malay in Argentina and starts selling land to the Jews. Oh my God. And anyway, USA, CIA getting involved in the funding. It smells like the rigged election to defeat Gustavo since he's anti-Israel. Shut up. Shut up. They'll be next. They're blaming it on the Jews. See, this is the easy thing now, right? Is so...
Blame it on the Jews.
All the right-wing people blame everything on the Jews. And all the left-wing people blame everything on the Jews.
Yeah.
So now nothing's ever your fault.
Yeah.
It's always the Jews.
Always.
I wonder why. Yeah, maybe it's because the Jews are the reason why everything is wrong. That's it. And why, though? I mean, again, I think I can give you 50 reasons why, and people that agree with it are going to say that that's 50 instances of me getting $7,000, okay? Like, so I don't know. I don't want to get into it. I don't want to argue with anybody. Let's move on. So who owns everything? Apparently the Jews do. The Jews control everything, including Colombia's elections. Yeah. And so what is this here? Can I find the other ones? Oh, no. I don't know if I can find it.
This is what they said about the Mexico presidential election. But the difference was that the lady was actually Jewish. So there's a little more credibility that, the lady who is the president of Mexico was Jewish. That's kind of weird, but this doesn't seem to have anything to do with Israel.
It or not. South America. Let me just pull this up. South America. Oh, actually, let me see if I can let me see if it's aggregated.
It says, I know this might be out of nowhere, but what was that story where Jews were calling out of the tunnels in New York? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, that was a story. Don't hear much about that anymore these days.
This way or not. And this is the guy right here heading back to America now. This morning I had the opportunity to meet this guy. This is the guy. Let's see. What does he even say? This is the guy right here. Let's see what he's talking about. Firm for the fatherland. Oh, wow. All right. Colombia was never defeated. Colombia was never vanquished. Colombia was simply waiting for the moment to rise again.
La nuestra ha sido muchas patrias. La patria de los ancestros que viven eternamente en la memoria.
Yeah.
La patria salvaje.
Remember that? That's their thing.
Llena de belleza.
That's their main thing.
La patria prístina que fue conquistada y liberada por nuestros héroes.
Oh,
la patria insurrecta. La patria feroz en la defensa de su gente. La patria construida con manos esforzadas y mentes brillantes.
Damn.
La patria de leyes, de gloria, de lucidez.
I don't speak Spanish, but I can basically, I think that what he was saying, correct me if I'm wrong, he was saying that everything was amazing and crazy and you had all this fucking aura and glory, and now it turned into bullshit, right? Is that basically what he just said? Yeah. Okay. He was Kang's? Yeah. Which is true. It's true.
Y sobre nuestros ojos nos convirtieron en la patria del miedo, en la patria del terror y del dolor, en la patria de lo absurdo, una patria que fue navegando temerosa entre la muerte y las dudas, entre la violencia y el envenenamiento de sus
We're not going to talk
campos y
about
sus
the mustache,
barrios.
man. Why don't you stop bringing that up? Oh my God. So like this got a lot of views. People liked it. Actually, not really a lot. I got 98K. I was gonna say I got a lot. I read that as 81. But anyway, so there it is. This is the guy that might have won here, and it seems like he won. Good for him, man. That's fucking awesome. And I have to say that this is the point I was trying to make before: is that young guys are coming up and rising and succeeding. I think that's great. I think that is amazing. I'm so happy to see more young guys taking the reins in politics. Like, I'm 35.
I'm glad to see more young guys, but also guys that are conservative. Conservativo. We do not want socialista. Afuera. Socialista afuera. Socialista afuera. Get him out. Afuera. Socialista afuera.
36, right? Like, I want a guy that's around my age. I don't want a guy that could be my grandfather that's running things. I like Trump. Trump's fine, but I'd rather have a younger guy running shit. I would. How old is Zelensky? I don't know how old Zelensky is. I can't gauge his age. If I had to guess, he's 50, 51. That's my best guess. I have no idea. But like, I remember seeing the photo of Zelensky before and after the war, right? Let me see if I can show this. Let me see. Can I pull this up? Dude. Dude. That sucks. Really? Like, I mean, can you imagine that? Like some photos, like this guy used to be at, oh yeah. Wow. He's been cortisol maxing. I wonder why. I'd be stressed out too. I would be. You're literally fighting against a fucking Russian, like the Russian government. Look at Obama before and after the president. Yeah, but like this is like, we're talking about like that's 4 years or 8 years. This is like 3 or 4 years. All right, guys. And so he's a great dancer back in the day. Maybe you're right. And this is it. Oh my, is that his wife? Man. How about that? That's crazy. At least he still has hair. I guess so. And so, yeah, it looks like this guy is the one that won the election. I think good for him, right? I'm glad to see this. You haven't seen a dancing clip? I don't know if I have. I'm pretty sure I haven't, actually. Maybe it's somewhere out there, but I have no idea where it is. Oh, they congratulate. And, of course, this is the president of Argentina. The lion and the tiger roar together in Latin America. I wholeheartedly congratulate Abdullah for his historic victory in Colombia. Thank fucking God. Thank God all of these clowns are getting packed up. Oh my God, I am so happy about this.
I mean, guys, you have to remember, like 5 or 6 years ago, things seem so unbelievably bleak. They seem so unbelievably bleak. And now, at the very least, there are still things that we find to be wrong. And that we want to correct and that we want to fix. But at the same time, it's way better than it was. Way better than it was. And if we continue this trend, we may actually defeat the scourge of leftism and communism in our lifetime. Wouldn't that be amazing?
The dancing clip? I have no idea what it is, so I'm not sure. Colombia's president, devout Catholic, pro-America and pro-Trump, pledged massive crackdown on violent gangs and cartels, will build 10 mega prisons. Pro-Israel, will open an embassy in Jerusalem, promotes traditional family values.
Santa María, Madre de Dios.
Oh my God.
Por nosotros los pecadores, ahora y en la
This is, I think this is Hail Mary in Spanish. I believe. I'm not sure. And so, wow. Yeah, Hail Mary, full of grace, right? And so, there it is. It is? Mm-hmm. Got it. Oh, man. I tagged you in a dancing clip on X. Why don't you relax? People really like this dancing clip, right? I'll have to go and find it. And so there you go. And so this is great, man. I'm really happy about it. And I'll scroll down and look at some of the other posts and everything. But yeah, it looks like there's even more. Ibrahim Khaldoom, like this guy looks like a fucking villain. Oh my God. And they apparently got allegedly orchestrating maximum $3.7 billion to defraud Medicare. Really? That's it? That's only $3.2 billion. Yeah. That's crazy. Get some food. Why don't you
only
relax, okay?
3.2.
Senior Willie Crocodile Alcatraz. I mean, 10 new mega prisons. Again, I think that people see what happened with Bukele. They see what happened with Bukele, and they think to themselves, you know what? Why the fuck do I have to deal with this? Why do I need to listen to this at all? Oh, yeah, by the way, Hassan addressed the rape gang inquiry. Are you guys ready? You know you're not, but you're going to get it anyway. Actually, let me finish this up real quick, and then I want to talk about that. Sure. Here it is. I thought I found it. This is the government's, like right-wing versus left-wing, in 3 years. People have had enough of this shit. They've had enough. Everybody's tired of this bullshit.
Yes, sir.
That's it. They got the colors wrong? Yeah. Communism? I guess so.
Man,
Brazil is next? Man. I think it is. What's the, check whenever Elon bought Twitter. Elon bought Twitter at about that same time. He did. And anyway, let me go back over here. Paraguay went right-wing too. Well, I'd have to go and see. I don't know anything really about them. But you can see that there's very clearly a huge change. If Brazil rolls over, it's over. It's over. Like the left-wing socialist, communist LARP experiment in South America is over.
Yes! Guys, we got something to pray for. Yes. We want to defeat the scourge of communism and socialism so that those people can experience freedom once again. Guys, we are so close. We are so close. Man, what a great video. What an uplifting story. The comunisto afuera. Socialista afuera. Get out. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Okay. Yeah, that's great news. That's great news. Amazing news, some would say. Fantastic. Fantastic. Okay. Let's see. South America is okay. I love it when commies lose. Brother, me too. Brother, me too. I love it when communists lose. Yeah.
Thanks so much. We'll be checking back with you in a bit. Meanwhile, there were...
All right, folks. So again, if you've seen it before, that's old hat to you, but that's how we do it. And I think we'll have another one next hour. But we're back. Adam, anything in Maryland? We don't want to get off the... Nothing yet here in the 6th. So folks... folks,
election night.
Forgot
this primaries.
After our coverage tonight, join me for a live Q&A session where I'll answer your questions. It is exclusive to subscribers. So see this QR code, scan this code. All right, we'll leave it up here on the screen for a second because I know you're getting your phones out, right? And you got to turn them on. The face didn't recognize you. You got to try it again. You got to enter your PIN. Okay, you're in. All right, your camera. Now
Wolf Chesty says, hi, how's your day?
Here. Okay.
My day is going pretty swell.
That's how you can
how's
subscribe.
Your day?
Or, you know what, you could just go to NBCnews.com or our NBC News app. Subscribe there. Send in your questions, and what's going to happen on there, for subscribers, as soon as we're done tonight, whenever that is, we're going to transition over and go do the Q&A. I think we're going to do it in a different studio, so there'll probably be like 2 minutes or something in between. But anyway, there you go. That's an opportunity for you later tonight. So don't worry, didn't miss anything. No votes have come in yet here in Maryland's 6th district. And again, elsewhere in Maryland, we were starting to set the stage Maryland's 5th district here. This is interesting
right
again
now
because Steny Hoyer, who has been in Congress since 1981, won a special election back then, is retiring.
Well,
and this
I'm
is
glad.
the race to succeed
I'm glad you're
him.
taking a
Now,
break,
how about this?
from choirs.
Oh, 3 candidates. Okay. Oh, no. Keep going. Keep going. Look at this roster of candidates. When somebody has been in Congress for 45 years and then finally gives the seat up, there's a bottleneck of interest for it. This is about 24 candidates are in this race. So this is going to be really interesting to see as it comes in. That said, this candidate right here, he's a state legislator, a state delegate, Adrian Boafo, is seen as the front runner. Hoyer endorsed him, and a ton of money has come in.
Boafo? Your last name is Boafo? Your last name is Boafo. Okay.
And on behalf of Boafo in this campaign, close to about $10 million. So I think he is seen as the front runner coming into tonight. I'll put the counties up so you can give a sense of this district here, the county lines in this district. And again, what you're talking about here is about half the vote's going to come out of right here. This is
okay. We're going to run a poll right now. We're going to run a poll over on YouTube. We're gonna run a poll. We're gonna have a bid. Let's see. What would you rather see me do right now? Play Breath of the Wild. Watch primary results. All right. On YouTube, there is a poll. There is a poll. You can decide. What would you rather see me do? Play Breath of the Wild or watch the primary results? Oh, whoa. Wow, that's closer than I thought. Wow. That is neck and neck. It's about a vote. It's about a vote difference. Wow. So right now, 1 vote in the lead. Oh, now 2 votes in the lead. Watch the primary results. Oh, the primary results are taking the lead. Oh, look at that. Breath of the Wild is not out of the race yet. Breath of the Wild is still in the race. We need more votes. Doesn't cost anything to vote. I want to see more votes in here. Let's go. All right, we're getting close. We're getting down to the wire. All right. Well, right now, Breath of the Wild has 42%. Watch the Primaries has 58%. Enrique says, I want to make fun of the candidates. Okay. All right. Watching the Primaries has won. It was close. How many people are on YouTube chat? Well, apparently enough to vote. I have more people watching me on Kick. I have more people watching me on Kick and YouTube. Misconfigured. What does that mean? Okay. All right. Back to Kick. Am I still online on Kick? Double check channel. Am I still online on Kick? Yes, I am. We are still online on Kick. Just wanted to double check, make sure everything was good. What does that mean? Okay. Huh. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Yeah. I didn't know that. Apparently, people who chat in Kick, people who chat over on Kick, it generates me money by them chatting. Isn't that interesting? I mean, it doesn't do much for the chat. The chat doesn't really care one way or the other. It is very interesting, though.
Pushing you over the support chest goal. But just wanted to say love your content and always enjoy chatting with you and chat. Again, it's bloody nice to know we still have friends in the US.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, thank you for the donation, brother. And it's a £10 donation. That's a pretty substantial donation. But yeah, I've said one of my goals going forward, I'm going to use my voice I'm going to use my free speech to speak out on some of the issues in the UK that people in the UK just can't speak on. Because unfortunately, they've got restrictions. But I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much. You put us over the edge for the goal. And yeah, that's amazing. It's not really a goal. It's just sort of the support chest. We don't really have a goal on the channel. It's just sort of to show the unbelievable support and generosity from people in the chat. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Yeah, apparently over on Kick, when people actually, when people chat, I get paid for it. Like, not just donations, but people, I get paid for chat. It's very odd.
Prince George's County, right outside of D.C. And Boafo represents a district that's based in Prince George's County. Rushers Baker, who is one of his main challengers in this race, used to be the Prince George's County executive. So that is vote here. This is about half the vote in there. And that's a very solid margin.
We just got a bunch in 6.
And, we just got and look, we got Prince George's County. This could kind of complete our early vote. Prince George's County, by far the biggest part of the district. So again, now, like here, Rushers Baker, we said notice this. He was the county executive. Before that, he was a legislator from here. He ran for governor at one point. So he gets a big chunk of the vote. He gets a chunk of the vote right here, but he's not really registering much elsewhere. And meanwhile, Boafo, even here now with a double digit, that's a 10.5-point spread over Berebe. And so you zoom out, we've got almost a third of the vote now in this district.
What are these names? Berebe? What's going on in Maryland? Boafo, Berebe, what is this, an African election? What the hell is going on? Well, guys, you have Boafo in the election with Berebe. It's like, what election am I watching? Maryland, what the heck are you doing?
District. We've got all 5 component counties. We've got the early vote, and Boafo is with a substantial advantage right there. Adam said we got the 6th. Oh my goodness, have we got numbers from the 6th? Look at this. We got a third of the vote in, and we got a race here, huh? McLean to.
His name is David Troon. His name is David Troon. Her name, guys. Her name is Alexis Goldstein. Listen, we're not going to make any assumptions. We're not going to make any assumptions about Alexis Goldstein. Instead, we're going to talk about David Troon. His name is David Troon. And then the incumbent is April McLean. Not to be confused with John McClane, the star of Die Hard and Die Harder and Die Hard with a Vengeance. And then Die Damn It. What is Troon? Oh, you sweet summer child. Troon is it's a slang. It's a combination of transgender and goon. So Troon, it's a disparaging comment towards trans people. When you hear somebody call a trans person a troon, it's not necessarily the nicest thing, but more likely than not, it's not exactly untrue. If you get what I'm saying. So his name is David Troon. So that's where we're at, guys. That is the current update. In Maryland, they got some very weird people. They all seem to be Democrats. They all seem to be weirdos. Maryland, it's embarrassing. Also, why does it look like Maryland isn't connected? I don't know, maybe it's just the way that the map looks. But it looks like Maryland isn't actually one shape.
Laney, 45% Troon live in Montgomery County. They both live in Potomac in Montgomery County, which is like right here. It's not actually in the district. You don't have to live in the district. You only have to live in the state. You could live anywhere in a state, and you're technically eligible to run in any congressional district in that state, as long as you live within the state. So both of these candidates actually live in Montgomery County, but outside of the Montgomery County portion of this district. I'll probably just leave this one up for a minute. Again, the 5th district, it's a clear advantage here for Boafo. Everything, again, the election day vote, just the only question here in the 5th district is, and I don't know why it would be, but would the election day vote look dramatically and consistently different? It would probably have to be Berebe's favor here over Boafo. But those are, these are not landslide numbers, but those are very solid numbers. And unless something changes dramatically in the election day vote, we said he was probably the front runner going in. He's certainly looking like it right now.
Yeah. Doghead says, I said it before in chat, but it's slowly swinging that way. Hardcore Islamists are being very vocal that if you, a Muslim, feel unsafe in the UK, then leave. Good. That should be the way it is. If you are a Muslim and you feel unsafe in the UK because your barbaric, medieval, absolutely indefensible beliefs are incompatible, then go somewhere where they are compatible. That really is simple. Okay, let's see.
And we just want to set up what's going to happen 36 minutes from now when...
Thank you, Enrique, for the $2 donation. I appreciate your support, my friend. Want to mock them, but this is too easy. Troon. Yes, his name is Troon. So, yeah, we're gonna watch some of this primary news. Nothing super exciting so far, but who knows? We got Antonio Reynoso. We got Claire Valdez. We got, what is this? Valdez, Reynoso, Kumar? What the heck is going on in New York? Like, this part of the country, we need a major audit. We need to go through and be like, what the hell is going on? This is very weird.
All these things that really could go from 0 to 40, 50, pretty fast. And again, it is that like early vote that gets reported out very quickly here. That's what you're going to see in New York. So again, this district right here, Nydia Velázquez, Democrat, retiring after 34 years. Claire Valdez, this is a candidate affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America, endorsed by Zoran Mamdani. We have been talking about,
oh God, no!
Sort of the rise of this style of candidate in Democratic politics. There are a couple of tests of that tonight here in New York City. This is
we don't want her to win.
Running with that Mamdani backing here, this is the district to be doing it in, because he got 2/3 of the vote in the first round of voting in the Democratic primary for mayor.
Oh, we hope Valdez loses.
Last year. By far, his best area of the city in that mayoral primary.
Dang.
You're talking about areas here, Bush, if you know New York City at all. And I live here, and Adam had to teach me some of this stuff. But Adam, give us a couple of the neighborhoods here that are indicative of why this is so tailor-made potentially to a candidate like Valdez or Mamdani.
Yeah, Bushwick's one of the big neighborhoods there, and it's a lot of young people live there. It was Mamdani's best performing district. It's a really interesting race because of some of the dynamics that have happened in the past few weeks. But fundamentally, yeah, it's a very progressive electorate, especially in the Democratic primary.
All right, so that's the 7th district. Now,
sounds terrible.
Let's just keep going here. The 10th district, this is an incumbent member of Congress. I think clearly tonight, of all the incumbent members of Congress on the ballot in these primaries tonight, this Dan Goldman is the most vulnerable. He might be, if you just zoomed out and looked at every member of Congress who's going to be up in a primary this year, he might be the most vulnerable in a primary anywhere in the country. What can we say about the 10th district here? We can say the following. Goldman was elected in 2022. Okay, it was a very wide open Democratic primary in 22, and he got 26% of the vote in that primary. Okay, he ran for re-election in 2024. He had sort of low wattage opposition, I would say, and yet still he only got 2/3 of the vote in the 24 primary. So already there's sort of a question coming into this about, does this guy really have a hold on the base in this district? Along comes Brad Lander, who's a former citywide elected official in New York. He was the city comptroller. He ran for mayor last year in 2025. This was his best district. Lander, in that mayoral primary last year, he finished 3rd, but this was his best congressional district of anywhere in New York City during that primary. He forged an alliance, Lander did in that primary, with Mamdani. Mamdani has sort of held up his end of it by endorsing Lander in this race. This is one of Mamdani's candidates here. So it's a strong district. Mamdani, got 46% in that primary. Cuomo got 23, Lander got 23. That's what it looked like in this district. You're talking about like Park Slope in Brooklyn, super progressive areas here. Then going into the Manhattan side, about 60% in Brooklyn, about 40% here on the Manhattan side of this. Lander has tried to make Israel the issue in this campaign. He's really leaned into, I think, the most, I think you could say, the most sort of left-wing position on Israel. He sort of staked that out and tried to attack Goldman from that position. I think that seems to be what has had the most traction issues-wise in this primary. There was a poll last month that had Goldman, losing like 2-1. I think better than 2-1. It's a month-old poll. See if anything changed. But coming into tonight, the expectation certainly here is this could be a short night for Goldman and not a good one. But again, expectation. We'll see what happens at 9. 12th district, moving up here. Again, we're in Manhattan. You heard me talk about this a little bit with Gotti. This is Jerry Nadler, long-serving Democrat, elected back in 92. This is his district that he is retiring from. He has endorsed Michael Lasher, who is from the Upper West Side of Manhattan. You're talking like right here.
Right.
Lasher is a state legislator.
Schlossberg.
The district, Mike Bloomberg has endorsed Lasher. This district is interesting. Again, we're using Mamdani as a bit of a gauge here from that mayoral campaign last year. Mamdani did, in the primary, relatively speaking, this was not a good district for Mamdani. Andrew Cuomo actually got more votes than Mamdani did in the Democratic primary in this district. It's a very Democratic district, but it's not like a Mamdani flavored Democratic district. Lasher running like with the Bloomberg endorsement, that's actually, probably somewhat potent here. Alex Boris, again, he's a state legislator from the Upper East Side, right? It used to be that the East Side and the West Side had different congressional districts. In Manhattan, no longer. This was, Nadler was forced into a primary with Carolyn Maloney. Nadler was West Side, Carolyn Maloney was the Upper East Side. They were forced into a primary a couple of years ago. Nadler won that easily. Jack Schlossberg has gotten a lot of attention here with the Kennedy family ties. George Conway sort of rode a social media cable news brand into this race. But the most of the polling, and I think when you talk to folks, has suggested Boris and Lasher here have separated themselves from the field a bit. And on paper,
what's going on in New York? Well, apparently this is the Democrat primary, so they're looking at the Democrats.
Esbiat, he was,
and most of the Democrats are names that are foreign and very weird. We have Daria Liza, Avia Chevalier. Okay, we got Adriano Sp. I like to buy a bell. Yeah, so we got some names that are hard to pronounce. These don't really seem like Americans. They seem kind of like foreigners. The Democrats, retards that they are electing in these people that don't really seem to embrace America's values and traditions. They're just sort of like foreign slop.
He was elected in 2016. Again, this is the story of this. This guy's career was sort of made by running against the black political establishment in Harlem. So can he get bailed out essentially by folks he was politically?
We got Enrique with a $2 donation. Laptop boy used to sitting watching in the corner. Oh no. No, not laptop boy. Oh dang, that's brutal. They have a cuck chair. Oh man, thank you for the donation, Enrique. I appreciate your support and your donation. You are extremely generous to the channel, and I thank you.
Fighting with in very important years in his political career. That's one of the dynamics tonight. What Avila Chevalier is going to be relying on, I think, is there's also a lot of gentrification in this district. And a lot of those new residents, younger, college-educated, super progressive, plugged into politics.
Retarded,
and I think the recipe potentially, we'll see tonight.
Low IQ, poorly informed, stupid. Yeah, okay. College educated just means real world retarded.
Different district, not too far away. Very low turnout. And that base, the kind of base I was just describing that Avila Chevalier has, that base, amidst very low turnout, was able to deliver a monster upset for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez over Joe Crowley back in 2018. Could something like that happen in this district? And again, given Esbiat's sort of tangled relationship with the black leadership class in this district, how much interest is there in the old guard in terms of getting out there and helping Esbiat and voting for him and things like that? It's an interesting question. So again, that's an incumbent member of Congress. The mayor of New York City is trying to take him out in this primary. This is the candidate he's trying to do it with. Adam, still nothing in Maryland, right?
That's right.
Okay. So again, we expect numbers very fast in those New York City-based districts. There are other races in New York we want to be watching tonight. I don't think we're going to get lightning fast results in them, but I do want to set them up now anyway. One is, we just went through New York City. It was 4 districts in the span of about 10 miles or so. Now we're going 5.5 miles north. We are going to one of the most sprawling districts you're going to find in the eastern part of the United States. Syracuse, New York's 21st Congressional District. Now, this is a Republican-held district. Elise Stefanik right? She is not seeking re-election. This is her district. Look, I mean, the sort of sweep of terrain that this district takes in here, starting, you've got like some of the what they call like the leather stocking region, the Mohawk Valley, and then you're going all the way up to like Plattsburgh to Malone. From this point here, you're like 90 minutes to Montreal, right? It's like 90 minutes to Montreal, and then it's like 6 hours to New York City. So this is a New York race, but it's nothing at all like New York City here. This is a totally different world up here. And the dynamic in this race is very interesting because the state Republicans, most of the local Republican machinery, as it were, in this district is behind Robert Smullen. He is a state legislator. He's an assemblyman who represents sort of this area of the district right here. They're behind him. He has a military background, legislative background. He's being opposed by Anthony Constantino, who owns it's like a sticker manufacturing company. Adam, I forgot the name of it. Do you remember it offhand?
Sticker Mule.
Sticker Mule is the name of it. Constantino,
Montreal,
has Trump's endorsement. That's why we're talking about him. Donald Trump has endorsed Constantino. So Trump is going sort of opposite of a whole list of Republican big names here, in New York State politics, backing Constantino in this race. Real interesting question then. Who's going to end up with more pull here? And here's the other wrinkle. New York allows... Have you heard fusion voting? Does that mean anything, right? If you're watching this, it probably does mean something to you. It means that you have multiple small parties in New York who are able to endorse the candidates nominated by the major parties. So the Conservative Party, there's a Republican Party in New York, there's a Conservative Party. The Conservative Party has a ballot line in New York. They've decided Smullen is going to be that candidate, right? He has the nomination of the Conservative Party. What happens if he loses this primary, right? I mean, he could drop out as the Conservative candidate, or would he stay in? Would he stay in and try to win in November as the Conservative Party candidate? And if that were to happen, if you were to have Constantino, Smullen, would that open the door potentially for the Democrats in this district? Because it is a Trump district, but look, Trump won.
Like, listen to the way that MSNBC frames it. Listen to the way that these absolute ghouls frame it. Well, I mean, what if Smullen stays in? What if he stays in, even if he loses, and then that may help the Democrat win? It's like, no, the Democrat's not going to fucking win. You absolute goober. You're so transparently pathetic.
Won at 60-40 and 20. Bruce Davidson at the expense of Connolly. So that adds some suspense to this race. Again, whoever emerges here on the Democratic side, this race is going to be a very, very closely contested one this November. Again, for the reason we said, this is what the district looked like, right? Harris 50, Trump 49. Harris district, Lawler, the Republican, was able to win it. The only other two in 2024 that were like that were Brian Fitzpatrick, Pennsylvania's 1st district, just north of Philadelphia, and then Don Bacon out in Nebraska's 2nd district. He's not even running again. So again, we'll be watching the 17th in New York. There's also, I'm going to go back to Maryland right now, and we got nothing new. But those are the main stories in New York. There's always some of these other incumbents, who you may know of are getting challenges that I don't suspect much is going to happen. Richie Torres, a Democratic congressman, again from New York City, who has been very outspokenly pro-Israel, given the politics of Israel within the Democratic Party. That is a position that could expose him to some vulnerability. He's got a primary challenger who's trying to make an issue out of that. There was a poll a while back that showed that challenger not gaining much traction. Torres is helped, I think, by the fact that his district was one of the least friendly ones in last year's mayoral primary to Zoran Mamdani. So that same energy that's propelling some of these other candidates may not be there in Torres' district. And I'm not going into the night expecting there's going to be much drama there, but we're always open to surprises on primary nights. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll keep an eye on a couple other places. But again, that's New York in 20. Oh, we got a countdown clock. Why do I have to look down? We got 20 minutes and 48 seconds till the polls close there. And again, I showed you the 17th. I showed you the 21st. It could be some time. I got the numbers right here. In fact, this is the 21st. Yeah. The 21st district that I just showed you. I might as well pull that back up on the screen, right? Put the counties up here. Parts of 15 counties in this district. I mean, some of these counties, St. Lawrence County is one of the biggest. There's no major population center, Plattsburgh around here. St. Lawrence County, but you're going to have vote down here too. A little bit of Saratoga County. Saratoga Springs is not part of that. But anyway, St. Lawrence County, we got our first report at 9:37 p.m. Herkimer County, that is where Smolin is from. That's part of his district. 9:27, 9:59 in Fulton County. So it could be a bit of a wait in the 21st district, and that is also true in the 17th district. So I want you to know ahead of time.
Okay.
Polls close at 9 p.m. I think we're going to get, and I hope I'm not overselling this. Boy, I've been guilty of that before. But I think we're going to get a torrent of vote in New York City. And so all those districts will just kind of live in those while we make sense of what we're seeing. And the other thing to keep in mind there too, because this happened pretty quickly. I've got the numbers on this. I can share with you. Thought I had the numbers on this. We get those first reports in, I'm stalling until I find the card. Here it is. Okay, right. So, look, let me go back to Maryland 6 because that's the active race right now, and I don't want to lose sight of that. We got, look, here it is. In Manhattan, borough, New York County, one of the 5 boroughs in New York City, we got 42% of all the vote reported out at 9:01 p.m. in last year. At 9:21 p.m., the next big batch came at 9:21. That took us from 42 to 55%. At 9:28, we went over 60%. By 9:38, we were at 75%. By 9:47, we were at 85%. Meaning, I think we're gonna get big batches right away, and I think we're gonna get pretty solid, steady batches. That 9 to 10 hour. If we don't get instant clarity, if there's a race, one of those 4 New York City races we're talking about, if we don't get instant clarity in that quick initial batch, I think within the hour, within 45 minutes perhaps, we should know. And if it's still unresolved at that point, that means it's super, super tight. And then it could be a while because they do allow, the vote by mail to come in for a few days. And there's, so if we get to that situation where we get 90% in the first hour and there's still no winner, it may mean we're just not going to get a winner tonight in those districts.
See you later, brother.
I think we could get a lot of action in New York. That's certainly what I've been planning on. A lot of action there in the 9 o'clock hour. So again, that is about 17, 18 minutes away. In the meantime, to remind you, 6th District, Maryland, we're just waiting for someone to start giving us their election day vote. And we're asking the question of, does the election day vote look different than this? Because that's what it's going to take for Mr. Trone here to make that $25 million investment pay off and to get his seat back. Again, the 2 major population centers here, Montgomery County, right? You're looking at a 10-point edge for Delaney. That's the early vote. She's going to win the early vote by 10 points here. So you start looking at that same day vote. Is Trone winning that? Again.
All right, I'm bored. I got to be honest, guys. We watched a little bit of that. I'm going to play some Breath of the Wild. People are like dead. This is like so unbelievably boring. I do apologize profusely. That was tough to watch. I do apologize. That was bad. I was thinking it was going to be a little more exciting than it was, but holy criminy, that was a chore. You guys, those of you that stayed on YouTube, I want to thank you. I want to thank those of you that stayed. It's not easy. But thank you. Okay. All right, we got to put in some work. We got to put in some work. All right, here we go. Hello, chat. Oh, it's my horse. Okay, well. So, here's what we got to do. Hello. Guys, I want to introduce you to my new horse, Epona. This is my new horse. Say hello to chat, Epona. Yes, we have done away with the man bun. We are now wearing... We have now gotten the fierce deity mask. And yeah. We are dripped out. Look at that. Yeah, so these are actual pants, by the way. You may think that my character is naked, but no. In fact, these are actual pants. These are trousers of the hero. So these are actual pants. So we are all right. All right, here we go. I can't run in town. Oh. Yeah, we got boxers, you know. Yeah, you're not gonna go faster, I get it. Hello? Okay. Yes, my character's not nude. He's wearing pants. I'll have you know. I'll have you know he is wearing technically pants. Ooh, there we go. All right, not bad. Woo! Those pants in the streets. I've been playing Metro 20 Exodus recently. Just wanted to know if you played any of the Metro games. I don't think I have. I don't recall playing any Metro games. Okay. Hello, child. Good evening. This is the Hanteno Ancient Tech Lab. You have some business? That's right. The director is in the back. Terribly busy person, that one. Terribly busy person, that one. Hi. We've gathered all of the Hyrule's known literature on ancient civilizations here. Is that a sheik? That's a Sheikah slate, isn't it? I've never seen one in person. Ah. Yes, remote bomb and cryonis. But, doesn't seem like you have the basic runes. Sounds basic. Wait. I can't even say soy boy or call somebody fat in super chats. That's terrible. That's why you should be over on Kick. Oh. Director. She lied to me. You see, the director may look like a young girl, but, well, you should talk to her. Okay. The director of the laboratory is not Simon. It's me! Snappity snap. Anyway, Linky, do you remember any dreams from your time in the Summer Resurrection? You don't look like you've changed a bit in the past 100 years. But something must have happened in all that time. Well, no, I'm just happy you're still in one piece. I don't remember. In the 100 years, I took you to the Shrine of Resurrection after Calamity Ganon fatally wounded you. Even though I was the one who put you in... I don't remember. After 100 years, subject has lost all memories. That habit of taking notes! How very rude. I suppose... because of a failed experiment. Doghead with the £2 donation says, Enrique, you are a boy, and I, you. Thank. I can't even say soy boy, ma'am. Okay. Okay. I have to go fix the stupid thing. Oh, do I really have to give up one of my weapons? Okay, where? If I recall, there it is. Okay. Alright, that's one way to do it. Okay, here I go. Okay, I can make it to this one. The running of the torch. Okay. I don't think I have to let all these up. I think I just have to... I don't think I have to light them all up. I think I just have to get the torch to the place. If I recall correctly, I think that's the way it works. We will see, though. Okay. All right, let's go. Yes. Okay. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Would it not be better to have armor? Listen, you're not wrong. However, I do technically have armor on. My pants. Okay. Is repairing it. Ooh, a camera. Got pictures. Very nice. Take a picture of me with the camera. Okay. Okay. Okay, if you have ancient materials. Power up your runes. Okay, let's do it. Okay. I want... Okay, I want my remote bombs. Snap. How old is Link in the games? I don't know. He's in this game. He's like 100. In this game, Link has been put to sleep for about 100 years. So technically, he's probably like 120. Oh my god. Nemo, you... All right, we're getting bombs. Allahu Akbar. It's okay because he's 100-year-old. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out of here, you man. Fucking weirdo. Using those crazy weeb terms. You have no power here, Gandalf the Grey. Oh, little shit. Ancient materials. Sensor. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Link would definitely. Okay, let's do it. Let's do the thing. All right, let's go. All right, sensor. I can detect other things than shrines. Great, fantastic. Love it. All right, one more. Stasis. Oh, I don't have 3 of those? How many do I have? I have 1 core? Okay. Huh. Go take a picture of a sun shroom. Camera, there's one behind the lab. Okay. Okay. Oh. Yes. Oh, you don't believe me? Can you bring up the map again so we can see it in full? Yeah. This is the map I have unlocked so far. This is the map. We've still got a ways to go. Trigger sensor. Okay. Okay, where am I going? Is there anything here? Hello? Hello? Listen here, you little shit. He's not naked. He's wearing pants. He's wearing pants, and he's wearing a hat. We could do this. Okay. There we go. You happy now? Just sort of had him that way. Where? Shouldn't this be easy to find one of these things? Yeah, Arbiter's just a little shit talker. Just a little shit stirrer. That's okay. It's actually kind of funny. Okay, that's the wrong one. Woo! We got it. We all need to donate to get clothes for that poor child soldier. Oh, man. That's pretty funny. Oh, man. Hello, horse.
Yeah. Oh.
Damn. Damn, that was indeed a good deal. That was a very, very good deal. However, I need to cook something. No. What do I cook? You have a stove here? You want to cook? No. What about upstairs? What about upstairs? Yeah, here's a room. That is a guardian. Oh gosh, look at this. Guardian. Oh, so this is how she de-aged herself. I see. Very interesting. She de-aged herself. Look at all these parts. I think I need probably need one more thing of. I probably need one more thing to refill my energy gauge. Where is there a cooking pot? Oh, there's one by my house. We're gonna fly into my house. Okay. Perfect timing. You call me a goy? It's not very nice. Not very nice at all. Oh gosh, this guy's still at my house. God, why are you still here? Go home. Don't get mad at hate crime against the gays. You can't tell me what to do, man. Okay, that's 4. What does 4 get me? 4 gets me a full... Okay, we'll go 4. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. Although, just to be on the safe side, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this too. Okay, we're gonna be so secure. Everyone's gonna say, "Wow, look how prepared and secure." No one's ever been this prepared and secure before. Galaxy Movement says Templar playing Zelda is so big. Well, thank you. You know, we try. We like to do new things. Different things. You know, I never really thought about it. I can eat stuff, can't I? Garuda. Okay. $4 on a Sunday. That's true. Okay. I was right. I was right to have extra. Woo! Enrique says, I'm going to try kick. Great. Yeah, kick is nice too. Oh, a major test of strength. Okay. Thank you for the follow, whoever that was. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. right. Okay, not good. Oh, come on. Come on. You've got to be kidding me. Son of a gun. I didn't like that. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Didn't like that one bit. Woo! Oh. Okay, which one's next? Okay. Woo! All right, which one? Which one? Which one? No. Slow. There we go. Okay. All right. One. All right. All right, which one? Okay. Dang, I'm going through these weapons like crazy. No! Shoot! I'm not going to die. No, sir. No, sir. We're not going to die. Oh, shoot. Shoot. I'm gonna throw my controller. No, I'm not. I'm not. Okay, all right. Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I got a new plan. I got a new strategy. I got a new. All right, listen. I got a new. I got a new idea. Okay. I lost twice. This is unacceptable. Come here, you little shit. Okay, come on, come on. Come here, you little shit. You think you're tough? Oh, I'm sorry. What was that? Which one? Cheap. One. 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 All right, come here. Whack, 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 whack. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. That's some. That's some fast. All right. Oh! What? Why didn't the bomb work? Oh, good God. Alright, you know what? Fuck you. That's what I have to say. Fuck you. What the heck? You little shit. Come here. Come here, you little shit. Okay. Get him! Sorry, what was that? Huh? Some such good bitch? Fuck you. I saved my master sword just for you. There we go. Oh gosh. Yeah! Woo! Yes! We got him! Let's go! Take all your weapons. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Woo! Look at that thing. Wow. Woo! We won, boys. We did it. Look at that. We got climbing gear. Look at that. Climbing gear. The ancient technology in this gear will make you a better climber. The special no-slip gloves help you to use energy. Oh, man. Guys, we can climb better. Look at now we're a rock climber. We're now a rock climber. Look at that. Absolute, total victory and domination. I have the endurance. I have the willpower. I have the motivation. We are going to be the best. We're going to pump up. We are going to be the strongest. We're going to be able to climb the fastest. No one is going to ever be able to climb like we can. That's right, guys. We are now the masters of climbing. Let's go. Ah, yes, we won. Total victory. Do I have a... Woo! Would you like the full set or climbing gear? We'll get there. We'll get the full set, but for right now we're look at that. Look at that. We made it all the way over there. Okay. We gotta go back to Kakariko. We gotta go back to Kakariko. Have I played Genshin Impact? No, I have not played Genshin Impact. I think maybe I have for like a minute, but no, it's not any. I was told it was awful. Okay.
Oh.
Oh. So the sword has been returned to its rightful owner. So, she mentions I got the sword back. Tell us some VTuber drama you had recently. You want to know some VTuber drama I had recently? You really want to know? You really want to know? Oh, you're fighting with some VTuber doesn't want kids. No. There's no fight. No, this isn't like a fight. I don't know. I've never talked to that content creator. It just so happens that somebody sent me that clip. They sent me like a longer clip of that, and I watched it, and I said, this is really terrible. This is really stupid. It's a selfish, completely, like... So when you say, I'm getting my tubes tied, I don't want to have kids, being a mommy is icky, I have a thing about getting pregnant, and like you're part of a degenerate circle of people that all think that way, yeah, I'm going to call you out as weird, I'm going to call you out as gross. Now, ultimately, you can do what you want because it's legal, but it's not right, it's not moral, it's not good. You should want to be a mother, you should want to have kids, because not only is not having kids bad for society, it is bad for your family. You're basically killing your family lineage. And I know a bunch of low IQ, mouth-breathing, knuckle-dragging Neanderthals, they don't understand, family lineage? You have no pride in your family? You have no pride in your family name? You don't want to continue on your legacy? Really? No desire to do that? No drive to do that? You're mentally ill. There's something wrong with you. So yeah, absolutely. I'm not talking about this one VTuber. I'm not talking about this one VTuber. She just happened to be the one that said the stupid thing. But no, it's not even a VTuber drama. It's just simply me expressing my opinion. And some people don't like that. Well, you know what? Fuck them. They're creepy gooners anyway. I don't give a shit. Okay. Okay. You see. Oh, so she remembers. What's your VTuber drama you're in? Roach Rianch. AI movie. What's Roach Rianch? Okay. Oh, she's kind of cute. She kind of like Link's romantic. Oh, what you doing? Look at the way he stands. He may be short, but he's got the. Oh, Roach Wrench. Look at the way he stands. He's just sort of like, yep. Here we go. All right, we're gonna go get some more durian. How the heck do I have the Master Sword? Oh gosh. Very carefully. Ooh. Yeah, I got the Master Sword by cheesing it a little bit, but it's not a glitch or anything. It's a little bit of a glitch. It's not a mod or anything. It's not like a cheat. Okay. No, I don't want that. Oh shoot! You gotta switch shields. Doyle, I think you love KOTOR a little too much. I think you love KOTOR a little too much. Oh no! No, it's the blood moon. No, it's the blood moon. Uh-oh. Alright, guys, we're traveling to hell. Yeah. That sucks. That sucks. Oh, shit. Okay, we got 15 of these. Okay. Corn. White thistle. Woo! Dang, that's a long fall. Whoa! That's a dragon. Whoa! Whoa! Can I go say hi to the dragon? Whoa. That's a dragon. Dragon, no. Dragon, don't leave me. No. It's leaving. No. Dragon, no. I can't follow you. No. Oh, guys, I wanted to see the dragon. It seems to be going that way. Man. Dang, that's rough. That's rough. Maybe we could see how good my climbing gear is. Wait, what? Oh, what's happening? The dragon's coming back! It hurt my please! Dragon! Grant me my wish! What the heck? What is happening? Ah! Oh gosh, that's so cool. Dragon! Grant me my wish! No! Oh gosh, I'm gonna die. No, dragon, don't leave me. Eternal dragon, please grant me my wish. dragon's leaving. I don't know if I'm gonna make this. Okay. Okay. The beeping the beeping is the beeping. I was trying to chase the dragon, okay? I was looking to chase the dragon, all right? Can you blame me? I wanted to chase the dragon and it got away from me, all right? I just wanted to see it. I wanted to see in all of its dragon majesty. And now I'm flying back to the... It was a good idea in principle. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you, brother. Yeah, it's not good. Canada's going through a rough time, let's just say. Canada's going through a rough time. But, oh gosh, what do you mean? Oh, that's cool. Okay, awesome. The climbing is faster, but man, climbing on slippery ledges. Climbing on slippery ledges is not great. Okay. We almost done raining, please. We almost done. Be nice. Anytime now. We'll be done raining. Hello. Stop raining. Guys, I don't think it's going to stop raining. It seems that it's going to continue to rain. Maybe? Stop raining? I'm waiting for it to stop raining. Oh, I think it worked. Yes, it stopped raining. Okay. right, we definitely move faster. The climbing is definitely faster. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to reach. It's going to be close. It's going to be very close. It's going to be close, guys. Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it? Am I going to make it to the top? Yes! We did it! Woo! Let's go! What the heck is that? No. No. Shh. Oh! Oh, God! Oh, no! No! No, go to sleep. Go to sleep. No, you don't see anything here. Oh. Oh, gosh, thank you. Oh, man. Whew. You were big and you were easy. Oh, that's nice. His toenail, a hen ox. Okay, see ya. Okay. Definitely want that. It's Frogan, run! Yeah. Oh gosh. Yeah, well, you know what? We took down Frogan. We took down Frogan, guys. Alright, guys, we took down the Frogster. Oh, man. That was pretty good. Thank you for the donation, my friend. Okay. So we took down Frogan. Okay. Can we make this? Wonder if we can make this. Yeah, can we make it? Can we make it? Oh, it's gonna be close. Guys, are we gonna be able to do it? Are we gonna be able to make it? Oh, it's getting to the top. Oh, we did it. Oh gosh. Is that a Lionel? Is that a Lionel? Okay. here. Okay. 10 arrows that have been underwater. What's in number 1? Ooh. Number 2. Okay. Well, one of those is definitely better than the other. Okay. That's it? Okay. Very cool. See this one? Fire arrows. Okay. Ice arrows. Okay. Woo! I found a shrine. For some reason they keep attacking me. All right, we're going down. What the heck? Okay. Ooh. What's this? Small key. Uh-huh. Interesting. Ooh, first try. Okay. You got a small key, that's pretty good. Okay, well. Is there no treasure chest in here? Guess that was it. All right, I'm going to go get an extra heart piece, and then I'm going to wrap it up, and we're going to call it a day. We're going to wrap it up and call it a day. I've been streaming for 5 hours. Crazy how time flies. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you guys for the donations tonight. I appreciate it. I always got to tell you guys, you know, how much I appreciate the donations and the support. It's, you know, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Donations are not a thing that is mandatory on my channel, and they never will be. But it is, what are your favorite book in the Bible? I would say probably, and what's my favorite book in the Bible? I'd probably say the book of Acts. The book of Acts is pretty fantastic. That's what I would say. Oh, look at who it is. Guys, it's Dog Zero. He's one of my biggest fans. Do you like this one or Tears of the Kingdom? Well, I've been having a lot of fun with Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild, at least this round, I'm going to play this, I'm going to beat this, and then I'm going to play Tears of the Kingdom next. But as of right now, I've been having tons of fun. Tons of fun. This has been great. I think it also helps the interaction from chat and stuff. It's been a lot of fun. Now here we go. All right, I gotta pray. I want a heart container. Give me a heart container. There we go. Yes. Okay. Soldier's broadsword. All right, I think we're gonna go back to the house. You call me Goy? What'd you call me? Oh, you might be the only person. Oh. Why is everyone taller than me? Literally, the fat, short woman is taller than me. Why am I so short? Why is Link so short? The fat, short woman is taller than me. What the hell? Nintendo, why did you make Link like 5 foot? I don't understand. Why did you make Link like a girl height? I don't like that. Link should be taller. What the heck? Why is he so short? Let me see. Okay, so this one I definitely want to keep. Link should be 6'6" in a world of 5 foot people. You know what? You're not wrong. Link should be tall. It should be like, not like Ganon tall, but tall. Alright. So we got our shields here. We got our swords that are also apparently night lights, and then we got our bows. Dog Zero said, I like your tweet pointing out that anti-natalism is retarded and nihilistic. 100 generations of our ancestors, some much worse than us, strove so that we could be here. We have duty to that legacy. Absolutely we do. Absolutely. And, you know, the thing is, a lot of these people just don't understand. Definitely a gay who likes short. I don't know. It seems like a projection a little bit, maybe. A little bit of a projection, maybe. A little bit. Okay, we're gonna... All right, we're gonna wrap things up. We're gonna go up here and now we're gonna go to yeah. All right, so I'm gonna wrap things up here, guys. I want to thank you for coming in. I want to thank you guys for the support, the super chats, the donations. You guys allow me to do a lot of really cool things, and so I want to thank you. All the people that chat and, you know, retweet my posts and stuff. I just want to say thank you guys. Put a dude, he's going to bed. You know, he's going to bed. Fine, we'll put him in his bed shirt. Okay. Put him in his bed shirt. All right, he's going to bed. All right. He's gonna wave goodnight. All right. So I want to thank you guys for watching. I want to thank you for supporting the channel. I couldn't do this without you guys. You know, the financial support, the coming in to back up the channel, I do appreciate it. Anyway, that'll do it. I want to thank you for watching.